Welcome back, folks. It is day 283. 皆さん、お帰りなさい。今日は280、83日、3日目です。So we concluded unit 73. Three more units before the story section. Getting close. Looking forward to a change of pace. Yeah, this will be fairly quick. We're reviewing a fairly conservative group of stuff when concerning vocabulary. Get right into it, shall we? 始めましょう。73. 73 was about traveling around. Wait, no, it wasn't. It was about mail. Mail, yeah. Ugh, so gross. Okay. U-beam. Beam. Okay. U-beam. U-beam. Funa beam. Funa. Oof. Toku beam. Toku beam. Toku beam. We added a few things here too yesterday. So the Sumi Kozutsumi me o todoke mono. Aitatsu. Aitatsu. Aitatsubutsu. Aitatsubutsu. Buto. Buto. Yes. Oh, wait. Thinking of something else. I'll have to double check that one. Kunai. Kunai. Okay. Okay. Nakami. Oof. A little tall. Agaki. Agaki. Hello there, Dusk. Going pretty well. We usually start our language learning sessions with recalling the vocabulary from the last 2 units. So at the beginning, I tend to summarize and write down the stuff. Yeah. How are you? How was your day? 最近どうですか? So your day got flipped upside down. Oh. How so? Hopefully it led to some fun adventures. And not something too negative. Hagaki. Ooh. You made a bunch of daifuku for a meet and greet with your fiance coworkers, and they canceled and you weren't told. So now there's a bunch of daifuku sitting on your counter. What can you use that for? Guess you have to be creative. It does look. Daifuku does sound Delicious though. Wait, you meant wow. What kind of filling did you use? I'm a little impartial to red bean paste myself. You might go and give some to your neighbors. That sounds about right. Yeah, and that's what my parents do too. Like, well, you did it traditionally. May I ask what the traditional filling is for daifuku? Ichigo? Ichigo, chocolate? No, no chocolate. Maybe like Ichigo and I only had red bean paste before. Matcha? I don't think matcha sounds really edgy. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Oh, well, I'm sure your neighbors will like it. So, now that you didn't go to a meet and greet, what did you do? Oh, the first thing I was starting to say. Oh, I see. Red bean paste. How do you, I haven't ever asked this to someone who makes things. How do you pass the time? Like, what do you usually do? You're at Walmart right now, stocking on food with fiance. Oh, that's pretty cute. Definitely a pastime. Walmart. Wonder what you can get at Walmart. My parents typically go to Costco. I don't know if you. I'm sure you have been to Costco. Yeah, it's just large department. Grab a bunch of things. You mentioned you were working on English. Do you ever I don't imagine you don't do any type of studying anymore, do you? You tend to play games if you're not busy? Oh, what are you playing? Okay. Oh, what are you playing at the moment? Or whenever you have time, what do you usually go to? I've often wondered what Japanese people like it, like what type of games they do on their free time. I mean, you hear it online all the time and whatnot, but that's not the same. Burnout Paradise. Intriguing choice. I happen to be a big Burnout fan back in the day when the Criterion developers were still at the helm. Yeah, I'm familiar with. I follow games quite a lot. I used to. I had the Burnout series starting from the PlayStation era. One, two, one, two. I think three was. One of them's called Revenge. I think four is called Revenge, and then eventually, which company? Activision. I think they're the ones that have the Need for Speed IP, so they purchased Criterion and then relegated Criterion to maintaining the Need for Speed franchise. Need for Speed franchise. And they're still really there now. Burnout Paradise was their last thing until before they were relegated to Need for Speed. And then I think their last thing was Need for Speed Underground or Unbound. Need for Speed Unbound. I don't know, buddy just gave me the console when he heard that I baked all day. Oh, well, that's generous of your buddy. Intriguing. Do you usually find time to play video games. Keep dead. No, very busy. I imagine you enjoy baking, though. That's a very rewarding skill set. You do play, but it's for maybe an hour. I play quite a lot of video games, so not visibly to people as of late, but I do quite enjoy it. I'm sure you're familiar with this game series, but the reason why now, like why I started learning Japanese, like instead of continuing to listen to Japanese and when I like sit down and study Japanese and also Mandarin, was because before this I spent 2023 playing the game series by Ryoga Gotoku, right? Studios, their game series of the same name. So I really enjoyed that series have Japanese, right? Japanese for the longest day, and then they also put on board English, right? Since the Yakuza Like a Dragon, right, with Ichiban Kasuga on the helm as the character, they added English. So now I enjoy playing the game in both Japanese and English voiceovers. And then recently, Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth incorporated Mandarin. So they have a Mandarin cast. So my goal now is, there's another game coming out next week, next year, in like in a little under 3 months, Like a Dragon Yakuza Pirate. So my goal was, I left 2 playthroughs left on the Like a Dragon 8. I wanted to play and hear for the first time the Mandarin cast that they have, and then I want to complete. I typically complete the last run in Japanese. So I can't wait to do that. It's been 280 or so days since I held off, and I wanted to experience it differently. Maybe catch phrases and whatnot before the next game release. So maybe in January sometime we'll do those. The best I could do when I was playing through all the games, it took a whole year. It took almost a whole year to play through the whole game. The whole game series from the start, from Yakuza 0 all the way to the current. I really like talking about the language, like the relationship between the English that they were doing in both text and then later the voice cast, and then the interaction between it. But one thing that was very lacking was I obviously did not know enough. Like, I wanted a deeper connection with Japanese. So that was probably one of the bigger reasons. And it's a game that's is now set in contemporary times. And yes, it deals with the whole organized crime thing as a video game thing. However, all the other things, like when they talk about manga, anime, books, cooking, that type of thing, or friends like telling stories about regular slice of life stuff, I quite like that I will be able to maybe read and listen to them in the future. Ichiban Bansan wa Ichiban no Sekai. Yeah, Sekai desu. Yeah. Oh, by the way, Valentine, I don't know if you're here, but Dus is Japanese. So feel free, Valentine. Actually, Dus, I forgot to say, I said this at the end of my yesterday's stream. You are the first person that I have met. I think I might have said this in a different way. You are the first person I met that is a Japanese native that is very comfortable with also speaking in English or typing in English. And at the same time, I've talked about this before. Over my years, I've been to universities, I've worked at a university, lots of internationals all the time, but I have yet to have the privilege to meet someone from Japan. So this is probably the closest I've been in terms of a scholarly way, as in both of us can communicate at a level that is meeting the middle ground. So I really appreciate that you are very forward in going back and forth, and you're not like hyper focused on the idea of, oh yeah, this person is trying to say this and that. You're like, it's a very nice discussion where we're attempting to understand each other, even if I'm throwing in Japanese every once in a while as my attempt. Let's see. Yakuza no game wa ka? Wait. Oh, kakkoi. What? How did kakkoi ended up that this show? Kakkoi ended up in katakana. Oh. You try your best to respect others and learn more than what you know. I really enjoy that. True blue Japanese nature. Yeah. Yeah. By the way, Valentine is also a fellow American, but Valentines have far more exposure and access to like Japanese culture and people than I do. Valentine shared with me some of the stuff that the local cultural center hosts and do with Japanese diaspora, I imagine, and native Japanese. I'm not sure if Valentine has traveling internationals of the cultural center. It does sound like diaspora, so that's it. Valentine and I share like a daily ritual, if you will, now, trying to encourage each other to use the target language and talk about things from the perspective of Americans, I suppose. We're quite enthusiastic. I might not sound like it. I'm not like an excitable animated person, but I tend to talk about things at length. And definitely feel free to throw in what you think we know in Japanese. I looked and I tried to describe it. I don't think, yeah, very, very basic conversations. Hello there, Pixie. How are you today? Oh, and also feel free to talk about English, like how you feel about English, because we share quite a lot of little, we talk about language when we can, and where I feel I'm speaking for more than one person, so with the most respect I can have, respectfully, I think most of us here that are regulars are very comfortable in pointing out weird thing or like relate our feelings about relationships between Japanese and English. So you're more than welcome to banter about some English stuff. I make commentary about English a lot. It's easy to learn in your opinion. Less letters. That is a fact. Less letters, that's for sure. I hear me out here, Dust. I actually think English have too few letters. So I quite like learning Japanese and Chinese because it doesn't seem like the fun ends. Personally. I know a lot of people would find like, oh yeah, I can learn all these things at the same time, or like very in a short amount. But personally, it feels like kanji and hanzi, right? Hanzi or Mandarin is like a journey of a lifetime. So you just sit there, discover new kanji and hanzi over and over again. And personally, that's fantastic. Is it too long? Wait. Is it too long? Nina, wait. 我太乐了. Oh, 我太乐了. Nina, why are you tired? Why are you very tired? Did you have a long day, Pixie? What do you do in a day? Uh, my day starts today, so, my day, 我的天, 近开始, 最近开始, so my day just recently, 开始了. Yeah, my day starts fairly late in the day, Pixie. So we're just getting started today. Oh, 像, right, 像. Wait. Are you saying like, should I be saying, how do I say, how would I say my day just started, Hideyoshi? Like, I was possessing the day, which I don't think that's very appropriate. そうですね。日本語には、そうですね。日本語には、マナ学ぶべき。学ぶべ、うん。学ぶべき文字がたくさんある。とても楽しいです。Okay, it's pretty clear I don't know the middle part. So that must have something to do with characters. Yeah, I see characters. Emoji. Interesting. Lots of characters to learn. Hanoshi. Yes. Hanoshi. I don't know. I try 跟在我相天, but that's I just went to heaven. 跟在我的一天, oh, 我的一天知道 I think that's just haha, right? 我不知道. Oh, okay. I do like that though. 跟在我相天. I just went to heaven. Oh, here's one. I know it's we're on Japanese right now, but here's one that I was chatting and I was typing something, and this person replied with something that I did not know the expression. So the expression is, and I still don't know how to read it at the moment because there's a couple characters in Hanzi that I can't read. But the expression was, we do whatever we are told to do. That sounds like an expression to me. But when I was reading it, I was like, half the characters, I don't really know how it's relating. I'll let you, Hideyoshi, stoop on that a little bit. We do whatever we are told to do. That's an interesting expression. You ended up in the bike lane now. Not lane, you meant aisle? Oh, the bike aisle? Oh, bike aisle. Do you happen, Jitensha? Do you ride bikes at all? Are you a cyclist, Dusk? The countryside seems like a perfect place for bicycles. I typically run, hashiru. 毎日、走りました。Or maybe it's 走りています。ていました。ています。I run every day. So, I thought about getting a bicycle again to try to run. Oh, you have a bad knee? Oh, okay. Oh, well, biking certainly is an alternative. Yeah. Bad knee, huh? Was it 4 characters? No, it was a lot of characters. Let me write some of the characters down. Just as a share. Let's see. It was this. So let's do a side load of Chinese here. So 香, right? 香, and then 面, 上面人, 上面人跟上面人跟 and I don't know this, which yeah, I don't know this one. I don't know this one too. And 就 like the phrase makes sense when you connect the characters enough. I don't need to know all the characters. And then gun again. And then this character again. So you can make out what it is because there are 2 repeating characters. Oh, it's only 2 characters actually. Only 2 characters I don't know. And you kind of get it. It's 家 and Dan. Oh, 家 and John. Interesting. Yeah, so that is the phrase, and it comes out to what I gather is you just do whatever you're told to do. That's how I'm interpreting this phrase, largely because of gun, and then rung, and then this is the time, like the frequency, or like the moment, and then this is the conditional, right? The conditional. Then you do whatever you're told to do, kind of thing. 让干 yeah. 让干 让 rung? I don't think I'm saying rung. I'm saying rang. Rung would be my rung. I don't know about gung, but gan and gun are 2 different things for me. So I'm not saying 让gung, I'm saying 让干. 让干 so 干 让 not 让 gang not 扔 gun. If you're saying I'm the difference. So I don't think I'm saying 2 different things, but maybe it's not good enough for you. Like like the way you say A's are different from me, I suppose. So walking and running for long periods of time hurts. Oh. Yeah, Yasumi wa taisetsu desu yo. I have found a bike. Never mind, it's expensive. How expensive are bikes? How expensive are bikes these days? Oh, I guess a lot of things are expensive here too. How are you adjusting to the price difference, Dusk? I feel like relatively speaking it's expensive. 170. When I spend 170 on a bike, that's kind of I feel like that's kind of mid-range. Any UFOs there or drones? I don't know. It's harder. Okay. It's fair. Where am I? Here. So we got over letters, stamps. Okay. So kyoku. There's so much activity today. I feel very privileged. There's so many thoughts going on. Than anything else to adjust. It's harder than anything else to adjust to. I see. Yeah, I think it's reasonable. Yasui one. I'm not sure if Valentine is joking or not. I think 170 is fairly cheap. This is about maybe 15 years ago. I think the bicycles that my coworkers had were like they range from $400 to $500. They were specialist bikes, but they're for like commutes and whatnot. Things are expensive, I suppose, relatively. I can't even imagine what those bikes cost now. They're probably like 600 or 700 now. You're standing in front of one that is 108? That seems reasonable. I wonder what that bike looks like. I haven't owned a bike in a very long time. So I have no clue what the prices are. Maybe they went down because people don't like cycling. It's purple. That's an interesting color. Watashimo. Oh, you are? It's a mountain bike. Oh, I remember the young days when I was a kid. Thinking going fast on a mountain bike on road was a great idea. It certainly gives you a workout though. I mean, it works. It works. And then my coworker, way like 10 years later, when I become an adult, I like got on a road bike, like a bike specifically for commute, and it was something else. It was like a different experience. Kakaru, kakaru, have kakaru, and kagi, kagi ga, kagi. Dasu? Das? Todokeru. Todokeru and todoku. Todoku. You have a bike that still works, but you've been hit a couple of times already? What does. I feel like at the, you seem to get hit a lot. Yesterday you told me you got hit by a car, like in person, and now you're telling me you're getting hit a lot on a bike. Man, I'm starting to feel like someone's out to get you here. I don't think okay. I've been kind of clipped before, but I don't think I've been hit before. I don't think I've been hit on a bike either. Man. And you're saying been hit a couple of times. Well, I like to believe that you do not get hit. You will not get hit any more often than you already have. You were biking earlier today. Interesting. No, 大学へもっと bike bike. Oh yeah, 行きました. Yeah, you did mention Valentine is a motorcyclist. Type of bike. Let's see. Where are we? So, what is another way? Okuru. Okuru. And we have like, oh, we got that. We got that. That was the lock thing. So this. So, aitatsu suru. And kite aru. Yusho. That's that happens to be the year I was born too. So you have a Honda from the year I was born. I am compromising with your fiance at the moment. Oh, no worries. Don't feel obligated. Yeah. Continue with your shopping. Jusho. Okay, so I got something mixed up yesterday with it. Actions we can do with this, right? So we have kaki tomeru. 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 the heck was tome? Oh. Also, 通知する. Oh, wait. There's also a henko. I mean, henko. Yeah. Henko was the thing I missed yesterday. Oops. Henko suru. Also, Tsuchi. Oh, you're gonna head out? Yeah, take care. Thanks for stopping by. You finally agreed. Glad you found what you needed. Thanks for stopping by. Good luck with the rest of your day. Mata ne. He wants me to wear a helmet when you go out now. I found a safe one that's $55. I don't even. Oh man. What can you get for $55? We have grammar stuff, so oh, that's what he meant. $55 for a helmet. Oh, that might be what he meant. Oh yeah, you're right. I mean, if someone sold a bike for $55, that sounds too cheap. But then when you buy a helmet for $55, that sounds expensive. So either it's a very expensive helmet or a very cheap bike. Oh, Miles, wait. She went and found out a safe one that's yeah, that's kind of funny. Let me tell you a little bit that Dust shared Valentine. This person is a baker, so they bake, and they are thinking about opening a restaurant, or they're working to opening a restaurant wherever they are. They strike me as someone who is living in the suburbs, and they moved recently, and they've been 2 months here in the United States, and they moved to live with their fiance. Isn't that adorable? You don't hear that too often, actually. I mean, I say you don't hear that too often, and yet I met 2 people. I don't, Shady, or, what was, oh no, I forgot his name. They did the same. His partner moved from Japan. Kinda neat. Thai, so the Thai form plus a softener. Ga. So what have you been up to, Valentine? You're still healthy, right? You didn't catch a cold from the gym? Still hitting the gym and preparing for your final exam, and like not like final in generic, but the exams coming up, your final exams, the remainder of your exams. Yeah, you're all good. Today marked the end of class 3. Very nice. Very nice. Where am I going with this? Hoshi. I was watching a clip yesterday of a Japanese, I guess it's a Japanese host game show or something. Oh wait, you can probably see in the Discord. But I thought it was very adorable when they were unapologetically trying out their English. I think the preface was that they all passed a specific competence, English competence thing, but that one girl, that one lady, was it Hikata or Hirasha? I forgot her name. But when she said girl, that was impressive. I think girl is some, like, they picked some pretty rough ones. I mean, it was intentional, obviously. It was a talk show. But I thought it was really funny when she said to the other girl, like, they played this like charade game sort of, where each girl was assigned a personality or some sort of acting charade contextual clue, and the one girl had no one's interested in them, as in they're boring, right? And then the other girl had to convey that she had a big butt, right? So, but after a while, the one girl was, you can hear the Japanese, and when they say like wide and long and stuff, I'm like, oh yeah, that's exactly, I'm on point there. So the other girl was guessing, like, so they were giving them hints, right? The host were giving them hints, and the girl was like, your forehead is too wide. And then the other girl was like, oh, my forehead's wide. You know, it's deliberately like making them try to set up an awkward situation. And then she was like, the shoulder was too wide, and it was really adorable. And then the other girl, who spoke like really great English, the host gave her a clue. It's like, it's something about like an undesirable personality trait. And the girl who's speaking really wonderful English just straight up said, oh, I know, you don't have any friends, in English. Just straight up, you don't have any friends. and then they immediately said like, oh, okay, this is getting a little bit hairy. We'll just call it a draw, because sooner or later they're not gonna be able to talk to each other. It was really funny. They're straight up, which kind of, I would say it's close. Like, she was supposed to try to figure out that the other girl's problem, her complex, was that no one thinks she's interesting. So saying that she doesn't have any friends, it's kind of close. Let me sign into your college account, and you'll share your averages. All right, let's hear them, Valentine. I'm starting to watch more Japanese talk shows, because I quite like that, especially one of the Osaka variety. I like when they're yelling and repeating very specific words, because now they're audible and contextually relevant. Like when the girl kept, like, she like pointed to her forehead, it's like, Hirui. I'm like, yeah, yes. Why? Wide forehead. That almost sounds like it's a good Japanese phrase for forehead, like the forehead emote, wide forehead, Hirui. Just Hirui with an exclamation mark. And it shows a forehead. Okay, let's get back on track after that really pleasant conversation. I think we covered most things. Oh, there's also otaku. Mainly taku, and I just wobbled my way into oblivion. Oh wait, I'm missing a stroke. I think. I added another phrase. Oh, it's hey with todokeru, right? Todokeru plus hey. Te ni todokeru. That's all I remember from yesterday. We had like 4 or 5 things. I think I'm forgetting something. I did 4 things, right? We had todoke mono. And kagi ga kakaru. En ni todokeru. One, 2, 3, 4. I'm missing a 5th point. Oh, and enko suru. Let's see, in no particular order. Ophthalmic assisting 98.5%. And then you mentioned, yeah, sociology 96.72 and math 99.01. Might as well just become a mathematician. What kind of math were you doing, Valentine? Remind me. No, we kind of talked about it. Alright, so review of unit 72. Da nai nakatta. I'm generally not satisfied with my atta. Let's rattle these off. Atta. Ita. Shita. Ta. Okuru. So, okoita. Okoita. Right? Or, yeah, okoita. Shiru. Ashita. Hello there, Tio. Boa noite or amigo. What does that mean? Hello there, Tio. I forgot which casual greeting that was. Oh, good night. I see. So your course was titled Survey of Math. It was a large sampling of many topics from basic algebra to basic statistics. You found it really easy, perhaps reflected in your average. Ah, so a survey of math. I see. I get why it's a survey now. I see. Are you gonna... Do you have other math requirements? Like maybe... I imagine since it went over statistics, that covers most of it, honestly. Survey of Math is quite an apt course. I feel that might be a wonderful, like, general education requirement. How are you doing, Tio? What are you up to? How's your nap, by the way, Tio? You went to take a nap, and then do you feel rested today? Pixie is tired. It seems like lots of people are tired. I'm not. Sometimes I don't ever think Hideyoshi is tired though. My brain is always running. Ashita. Oyogu. Oyoita. I say the survey of math largely in my own personal reflection because I don't actually know a lot of math, foundational math anymore as well. I'm heavily reliant on using technology to compensate for that most of the time. I would be hard pressed to write the proof for my like statistical variances or like standard deviation and confidence intervals without some aided tool. Generally I haven't done math proofs and manual theory stuff, conceptual math in a very long time. Like for example, even talking about the relationship between like the trigonometric relationships or using like polar coordinate planes to do things on like the math side of things, like spatial math versus like even general statistics, like how to manually prove that an ANOVA meta-analyses between like multivariables actually work, or like use like multi regressions, right, to try to find trends, like correlations between multiple variables. I would be hard pressed to be able to show proof, mathematical proof, for how that works. Now, I think it's been probably over 7+ years since I've done a mathematical proof. Nowadays, or within the last like 7 years, we typically use parameters and metrics. So like, what does R stand for? If the number goes up, it's worse. If the number goes down, it's worse. And then like to what degree or relation that is with your output, right? What does 0.1 increase in this parameter kind of pragmatically mean, right? Like, what is a drop of 0.1% with a sample size of 30,000? Like, if you had like a population statistic and you did all these calculations and then you notice that there's a 5% variance with a 0.2% standard deviation, what does that mean and how significant is that? And then interpreting like the impact or relative significance of that with relation to like the actual methodology, that I can do still, I think, relatively. Might be a little rusty. We might have to break out a lot of understanding of proportionalities, right? Like ratios and whatnot. Like, is 5% significant when you're thinking about a very specific thing? That stuff you kind of feel out after a while, and I know I'm saying feel out. Feel out tends to be like, oh, it gets intuitive because you have a lot of exposure to specific numbers and ranges. Now that I'm not in science, I have none of those exposures anymore. I don't even know what it's like to have like a dosage response in a in vitro tissue culture experiment. What is a good confidence interval in like concentrations of various compounds? I have no idea. Like, is that a lot? Is 1 nanogram of this compound a lot or a little? Like, is that a tolerable rate in like physiologically, that type of thing? Man, I do miss it though. I definitely miss being able to intuit a lot of those things and then like use that intuition to then like make it quicker to validate all the different things. I think that's the true essence of experience when it comes to being able to read scientific literature. Like the difference between someone who is incredibly book read versus someone who has some prior laboratory experience or extensive laboratory experience, perhaps. You don't have any more requirements, but you'll be exploring it more personally for the first time ever. Ooh, that's exciting and overwhelming, perhaps. You've opened your Twitch stream to see the other half of chat I missed. Oh, yeah. Today I took your microbiology exam. You had a score 45 and you scored a 63. Wait. Oh, you had to score a 45 and you scored a 63? So you scored with extra credit? Wait. So you scored higher? Oh, to like pass was 45 and then you passed. Nice. What was the... Nice. Congrats, Tio. Are you closer to your break? This is the last exam. Microbiology exam. May I ask a topic you were comfortable with on the exam and a topic you weren't comfortable with? I'm very fascinated as what are the topics now in microbiology. This is to compare it with my curriculum way back. We had microbiology back then, but it was very tiny. And just to keep in mind, like, I wanted to make a disclaimer. To me, when I think of microbiology, is something I know very little about, because microbiology often deals with prokaryotes, right? They're usually prokaryotic of nature. However, this might not be the same in the medical field. However, it could be like bacteria, like the prokaryotes like bacteria and parasitic things is under microbiology when it comes to medical concerns, as opposed to the dichotomy or the segregation of eukaryotic systems and prokaryotic systems. So now I'm curious what a medical school outside of the United States teach and learn about microbiology. Yes, you only have to take a physiology exam on next Monday. The contents of the exams were viruses, parasites, and snakes? Intriguing. How does the snake part work in microbiology? Is it venom? Is it toxicology? Like, are you talking about the steady state rate of venom production or something? I'm obviously a little biased because I'm thinking of it in the context of medicine from an outside perspective. I have no medical knowledge of any sort, especially when it comes to animal things. So I know very little about Animal things. Viruses? That sounds about right. Toxicology and what to do. Oh, okay. Toxicology. Nice, nice. I happen to be, one of my best friends happens to be formally a toxicologist now. So we had a little conversation about things like that, and that's what came to mind recently. You have an exam on Monday too, Pixie? What's your exam? I'm terrible at physiology. Don't even, like, you can tell me anything and it'd be probably really interesting, and I have thousands of questions. Be warned. Be warned. The things you share, I will be asking questions about and digressing from my Japanese lesson. Yeah, so viruses and parasites, that seems very reasonable. Viruses, interesting if you have a separate. Usually now viruses is such a big group. It's such a eclectic group that they tend to be separated from microbiology. So like virology there would be a separate course on virology as opposed to lumping it in with microbiology. And then bacteria tends to dominate microbiology. And then molecular biology is usually when toxins, like toxicology and stuff comes in. Actually, molecular can also be viruses too. I'm I'm talking about something like way, maybe a few years out of date at this point, like at least 5 years out of date at this point. So whenever I say, this is me updating my definitions, right? When I say I'm a molecular biologist, it means I know very little about microbiology, and microbiology meaning most things to do with bacteria, unless it's E. coli. And then like single cell organisms, if it's not yeast, like Cerevisiae, then I pretty much know nothing. Medical school in South America seems to focus a lot more on tropical diseases, I see, and whatnot, than the medical school in the West. Yeah, I definitely can see that. May I ask what type of tropical diseases? I'm sure there's something that is selectively enriched in South America, but that's not in North America. No, you probably have plenty of examples. I just don't know very much about diseases. My pathology of choice, like the thing that I spent most of my time, was cancer. So it's like mutagenesis, mediated cancer from like exogenous things like viruses. You studied bacteria and fungi in microbiology 1. Okay. Fungi, my favorite fungi happens to be Cerevisiae, which is yeast. Not that, I'm not sure people made that connection most of the time. Oh, excuse me. Hang on, I gotta ban my daily bot. Let me ban my daily bot. Thank you for reminding me. I'm streaming right now. Chagas disease. Ooh. Leishmaniasis. Leishmaniasis. Dengue. Oh, okay. I don't know how to spell it. Dengue, to me, sound like the most familiar one of those three is dengue. Like dengue fever. Yeah. Oh, today you got your final average in assisting. Yeah, I think you mentioned that earlier, right? 98.5, yeah. Yeah, so today you concluded that. Nice. Chikungunya? Chikungunya? Oh no. We're just gonna pretend it's a Japanese thing and we're gonna go with chikungunya. I'm sorry to all the medical professionals out there who know how to pronounce these things. I don't. Interesting. I actually don't really know how to pronounce a lot of things, that scientific terms, until I encounter them. It's a disease from, oh, Tanzania. Wow. So you, medical school is so I haven't even considered. I haven't talked to medical schools outside, right? Like other medical students outside. So, wow, I haven't heard of any of those things. Yeah, I haven't heard of any of those things. Basia disease, Loa. Man, it's a different world. Oh, here's my take. I'll share like maybe this is an experience that I can resonate with. So in college, third year of college, I'm not in medical school or anything. We're just molecular biologists, biochemists. Third year, when I was studying abroad in New Zealand, I was like, yeah, I need to take physiology, right? They offer physiology. So they had a course called animal physiology, right? The prerequisite is you needed like other physiology courses. But since we're studying abroad, as in we're going to another country, their requirements can be bypassed. So my best friends and I were able to take animal physiology. And the large majority of the class was dedicated to understanding the physiology of a cow because of cattle, how prominent cattle, the bloating and the cattle concerns are in New Zealand. So we learned a lot about cattle gestation and the physiology of cows, or animal physiology. So that's probably how I would relate to that type of feeling. Like when we were thinking about animal physiology, we're like ready to think about like a lot of animals, but actually it was specifically about cows because of how cows are integral. Cattle is integral to New Zealand's, I guess, interest, right? It was very, uh, I found it like a really fun elective. Obviously, to this day, I have no sense of human physiology outside of whatever the fitness industry hyper focuses on. Zoo physiology must be a completely different animal in comparison to human physiology, pun intended. Yeah. I don't even know what they would consider as zoo physiology. So, there were some other stuff that we took though. We took like what's called instrumental chemistry, and most of the standards are still there. So we learned about like mass spectrometry, uh, NMR, right? NMR, MALDI-TOF, the different types of analytical spectrophotometry. So those things still held standard, right? Outside that, I think the animal physiology, it was really interesting. Like we had a lab practical that showed how we can actuate the motor neurons of like single muscle fibers, but those muscle fibers weren't human muscle fibers. I'm pretty sure they were bovine muscle fibers. So a lot of times like it's an animal model situation, right? A lot of times science, the most standardized form of textbook and consistent data and practicals tend to be based on animal models. So it was very interesting to use a different animal model as a point of study. Again, a lot of times it's part of the studying and learning and the transcribable information between things that the education is supposed to promote, not necessarily the semantics, right? What you learn about a cow in its physiology and how you approach it and understand the concepts, those things still can be applied when you learn human physiology, if you so choose to learn human physiology, which I haven't, or pursue human physiology. It's kind of like if you learn a language, one would like to think as an intellectual that the things you learn while learning this language can somehow promote, compare, and contrast and elevate your pursuit of another language later down the road. At least I think that's the defining feature between someone who is into education, someone who is interested and motivated in education and learning, versus someone who is interested in using the knowledge, like specifically applying just the knowledge, like focus inherently on the results and the application of their knowledge, which makes it less and less transcribable to acquiring new knowledge or alternative knowledge. Kind of a different mindset, and humans have their prerogative in choosing how they use their time when they develop their skills, at least in my opinion. Human physiology was basically reinvented by this engineer and physician called Guyton. I see. No, not familiar, fortunately. It might be probably the most simplest things. Man, I am really out of my depth. But it just goes to show you there's so much to learn in life. Before Guyton, physiology was taught as simply another medical subject. What Guyton did was introduce physics and engineering into medicine. I see. Yeah, that's kind of like saying, do you know Sigmund Freud, right? Do you know Sigmund Freud's work? As in, like, what I mean by that is there are like different levels when it comes to psychology, and I only have like 2 years of psychology at most, and then like couple years of me hobbying psychology. So when someone says, "Oh, that's very Freudian," and they're like, "Oh, you know Sigmund Freud," and then I ask them a few questions like, "Oh, you know that Freud," as in the Freud that is in conventional knowledge, not Freud as in the context with behavioral psychology. Like what is his respect with behavioral psychology? And even then, what I'm saying, an expert would be like, well, I guess now you're going to tell me about Skinner or something, or Pavlovian conditioning. And I'm like, no, because I'm not, I can definitely perceive how much I don't know, largely due to the nature of what graduate school has taught me, right? The idea is to understand what you don't know as well as what you do know. And it's very humbling to hear medicine from a medical student from outside the United States. You can practically say so many things that would basically baffle me and have me constantly engaged in wanting to ask more questions. I think engagement comes from asking questions. I know that's a bit cliche. I feel like it's these days. I know how that sounds. That's a little generic, but I'm going to do it for the jokes, right? The memes. Kids these days, back in my day, kids ask questions, I know it sounds lame, and a lot of times, you know what? Let's go even hot take. Very, very hot take. Nowadays, people are like kids or younger people are more afraid to ask a wrong and stupid question before even considering that whatever question it is, if you're asking the question, then it assures, at least in my opinion, it assures the person you are asking the question that you're engaged, as in making it more frequent and normalizing the idea that you ask questions in order to engage yourself is probably one of maybe 5 most underrated behaviors that have trended out due to the internet age. Like, if you have a question, you ask the internet. If you have a question, you Google the answer. Yes, that could still get you the answer that you want. The idea is, though, you're not engaged with it anymore. Like when you're being told and you find the information and you keep telling yourself, oh, I don't need to know that, I can just find it on the internet. That's a skill. That's definitely a skill. But that's one side of problem solving and critical thinking. backstaging your ability to ask and form questions and be engaged, that is a different skill set that gets you answers and questions that don't exist yet, or doesn't quite individualistically represent what you're asking. So when you interact with another person, it just devolves, in my opinion, it tends to devolve into, oh, you didn't read the news article yet? Here's the link. Like, oh, but I want to know what your opinion is, what your interpretation is, how to express the limits of your knowledge, and then how you go about explaining things with your existing knowledge, not the existence of the internet. I'm not talking to the internet. However, unfortunately, that is not how societal norms happen today. Societal norms do not happen today as that way. It's one of the top 5 most underrated, in my opinion, most underrated normalized behavior of a bygone era, where it can intuitively engage you in the conversation. Like, if you have to force yourself to do so, try it. Try it for 1 day. Try it for 2 days. If you extend that, you don't even, in my opinion, it's one of those things you don't necessarily even have to analyze how that's engaging you. It will, in my opinion, it tends to happen intuitively. If you are watching a movie and you decided after watching a scene, ask yourself a question. What the heck is going to happen next? Or what do I think this means? And then continue watching the movie. Those questions will actively reassert and engage yourself actively with the content. I know it is exhausting at first because the internet has provided so much. You no longer have to like worry about forming sentences and like forming questions and looking for ideas to promote new questions. Nowadays though, if you can do it, if you normalize that, it really does boost the engagement. You do it with Duolingo. You do it with language learning. When I was a teenager, I found this documentary called Cosmos, by Carl Sagan. Yep, or Sagan. I pronounce it Sagan because of American. It has taught me to be curious and skeptical towards information. Yeah, so not in a cynicism way, right? Like the whole Carl Sagan thing about Cosmos is to question everything, as in like be curious about everything. Skepticism has often come off as a form of cynicism nowadays. Like, oh, you're asking a lot of questions. Does that mean you don't believe me? It's like, no, you're asking a lot of questions because you're genuinely interested in the topic, right? And that goes a long way. I think sometimes I find myself asking the person, do you have any questions for me? As in, I have asked you so many questions, pardon my burdensome, right? I know it's exhausting answering questions. Okay, it's now your turn. Hello there, Das. Okaidi. Yeah, so really, I think getting people to ask questions, because not necessarily because they develop a care for it yet, but try asking yourself questions. From your experience, people don't seem to be interested in making questions at all. Yeah, no questions whatsoever. How I describe it is the vast majority of people like to make commentary at people. That's it. They like to make statements, commentary at a person, and it's one-way direction. Like, hey, did you see the awesome video of this cat? And that's it. Like, it ends there. No commentary. They don't add anything. They don't share their opinions. There's nothing. They're just like, this is an awesome video. Here it is. And then the other person would reply, oh yeah, cool, I saw it. My first thought would be, oh hey, this is a really good video. May I ask what caused you to run across this video? Like, are you interested in cats? Like, is there anything like, like, does this make you feel, I would follow up with a question, because engaging in the content allows me to understand more about the other person. However, rarely does it ever reciprocate, right? And then naturally, when you don't reciprocate, then you fall out, right? As in, you become less interested in each other. So when people ask, why is it difficult to make friends online, or why is it farther and farther to create trust and nuance, largely because a lot of times, even if someone is initiating, it's a two-way street, right? You need to be reciprocated. So for me, I would do it in a heartbeat over and over again, because every once in a while you have odds. So I could give odds right now. I do speak with at least 50 people a month, right? And I do my same routine. If they provide something for me, I ask a question back, right? What do you think the frequency is? I would say I would average 50 people a month. It's much lower than you think. So it's so low per month that I have to think about it in factors of a year. So maybe in half years. In a full year, it would be like 5 reciprocations. I would say roughly 5 in my last 6 years, right? 5 reciprocations. So you take 50 and you multiply by 12, right? That's 600 accounts, and you might get 5 out of 600. So that is less than 1%. It is less than 1% of reciprocation of any form of curiosity, like questions, refractory. And I'm gonna do a little big asterisk. The asterisk is not the same as saying, hi, how are you? And then say, I'm good. How are you? I'm good. And it ends. Actually, that is probably the quintessential baseline that you would start with, right? No pressure. I'm not saying this is a bad or good thing. The idea is to understand this is a common occurrence, right? So when someone like myself think like, oh, it shouldn't be a common occurrence, then I would be angry about it. That's not the case, because I understand that's kind of the social norm now online. So will that change in the future? I don't know. Would it get will it be even less in the future? I don't know. What about if that unknown can hurt you and shouldn't have been asked? That is taking a cynical approach. It is just as likely to hurt you as it is to help you or make you completely indifferent. So if you're concerned about only what is negative, then one would argue that is usually what 99.9% of the people who choose not to reciprocate is thinking too. So that's perfectly all right. That's what they do. So I'm merely going to probably end up talking, and your relationships will be built on not those. That's basically how it happens, right? If you choose not to do anything because you fear the unknown and shouldn't have been asked, then you're lowering your opportunities to connect with someone. So if that is the case, the ones that choose to say there's a chance it can hurt you, but there's also a chance it is just as likely to help you, or it actually makes a negligible difference. If you don't take a chance, then it is 0 chance. So when you think about needing to make new friends, if you don't take a chance at all, that's not what I'm thinking with that. I love knowing the unknown, all right, but you said, what about if that unknown can hurt you and shouldn't have been asked? I'm making commentary on exactly that. I'm not sure what you're thinking, but my idea is, the baseline is, if you don't take a chance, then the chance is 0. if you don't engage yourself and ask questions, which we're going back to the first topic, if you don't engage in a topic, as in if you don't ask a question, then you never know. You can guess and presume and also be a cynic by saying it's a stupid question, no one will entertain me. You were saying with your context, that's what most people, in my opinion, what your context does is reflect exactly the behavior that excuses taking chances. And that's fine if you find it comfortable and sustainable and you have enough friends or like people you interact with. There's no need to take risks, right? Risky behavior if you're comfortable. And that's we didn't consider the factor if you're comfortable in thinking that way or not. I know thinking that. I know that if I interact with someone, there's a chance you can get hurt. There's a chance it could be the best thing that ever happened to your life. You could marry that next person you ask, or it's basically business as usual. Like I mentioned, in a sample size of, on average, 600 interactions a year while streaming, only 1% of it reciprocates. And then of that, I'm going to round up to 1%. And of that 1%, 4 of them reciprocate in a way that is negative, or it could be construed as negative. And what I think about that is that's more experience for me to handle. So I might have 1 in a year. Actually, right now, all those people no longer exist. So that, like, what I mean is that relationship does not exist anymore. So they exist maybe at most a year in time. And then you have individuals who don't reciprocate, who come by and suggest that I remember them, or maybe something is important because they tangentially reminded themselves that somehow they are privileged to attention when their existence is of their own convenience, right? And what do I do when they come back? I do the same thing. I say, how are you? What have you been doing lately? May I ask the nature of your interest? Because I take a chance again. Like, I take a chance every time. I understand that a cynical approach would be like, people are not worth it. The chances are low already. Why even bother? Well, chances are low, so you have to take many chances for it to be successful, right? Finding a loved one or one that you want to spend the rest of your life with might be a rare chance. However, if you don't take the chances, then the chance is 0. Unless you're really of the other type of mindset where you hope that things work out and land on your lap. That can happen too. There are very lucky people in the world. Things can coincidentally go your way. I rarely ever thought that. I still feel very lucky, but I rarely thought that the things that happen in my life is due to me sitting around not taking chances. And obviously, we're not talking about like taking bold chances, like going off a ramp or something, skydiving or something like that. Chance on people. Right? In your opinion, we live in a society. Yeah, that's an interesting thought. Not entirely sure what qualifies as a society nowadays for the people. That's an interesting question. I'll ask that to a lot of people in the future. I really want to know what they feel is considered a society, because that could give a great lens into how they value other human beings, right? What do I think is a society? Well, I think of it as a collective of problem solvers. I doubt that's the first thing that would be described. Now that I primed everyone, I'm not going to ask you, right? Unless you already had a predetermined notion of what you feel a society is. My society is probably a collective understanding that there are a mosaic of people, and those mosaic of people are able to problem solve together. That's probably a bare minimum requirement for a society. People who can mutually, in a mosaic composition, they can mutually share space and solve problems together. Take a chance on me when you're feeling high, when you're still free. Good lyrics. I think those are lyrics, right? Yeah. Don't remember what song though. Anyways, there you have it. Not bad or good, right? At the moment, you can ask yourself, is that what you, if it's your thing. I personally would spend day in and day out exchanging questions. That sounds amazing. Most of the time it feels like I'm doing an interview though. Like if I had to be genuinely straightforward about it, I think the vast majority of my interaction is that I'm the interviewer. And I really, really hope that at least if I'm the interviewer, like I'm playing the field, right? So I know that I will be the person who genuinely is going to spend most of the time asking questions. So the goal of me streaming and learning language and whatnot is that at least I could use that to my advantage. If most of the time I'm asking the questions, I want to ask questions that allow the other person to be interested in like talking about themselves or answering the question, right? If I can get a person to be interested in themselves, that's taking advantage of the situation. I don't require affirmation from the other person. I require that I know that the other person is interested, at least on talking about themselves. I think that is a fair gateway to being interested in others, right? If you're interested, I know this sounds a little bit, wait, that doesn't make sense. There is a little bit of leap of logic. When one is interested in themselves, there's a few steps in between. When you can get someone, if you ask a question, you ask the right questions, quote unquote, right questions, as in the things that get them to engage in their lives, so that they're willing to share, that can become a vehicle for the opportunity for them to engage in interpersonal communication that isn't focused on, hey, I need to ask questions for the other person, but it can lead to that. So when you get someone interested in their lives, at least interested in telling someone about their lives, they might seek behavior that improve their life. And when they are interested in their life, they want to better themselves in their own life, in their own way, they will have, in my opinion, ideally, way down the line, they might have the resources to be like, I'm really happy right now. I'm so glad that my life is doing well because I have control. I feel like I have control over it. I like to do things. Now let's get interested in other people. I was not interested in other people until I was able to have an excellent grasp and control of my own life. Not that I literally have control, but I feel secure in my life. Then I have lots of time and resources to be like, you know what? Let's invest forward. Let's get more people to this position. And then by sheer aspect of that, hopefully get people to be interested in other people, right? I think it goes a long way. One person can do wonders. Two people can do twice as much. Then 3, then 4. You never know. the way the internetscape works could change one person at a time, right? I know. Sorry, I got a little grandiose there, but I genuinely think I don't think the internet's gonna stay this way for forever. I actually think it will be a time when technology will facilitate instead of diminish the need to be curious about other people. Right now it's basically diminishing. In my opinion, it's more net negative, like, or not net negative, but net mitigate conversation. Right, mitigate question. I can't tell you how often I hear, well, did you look up a YouTube video? Because why would you ask a stupid question if the answer is already on the internet? That's like a default. That's a default response. It tells me that the person that's saying it doesn't like talking to other people. And then it tells me that that person who heard that is probably going to end up being like that person that's telling another person. So, like, oh yeah, I don't have time to explain things to you, or I don't even have time to practice talking to people. Here's a link. Get her done, right? Playing video games, especially in cooperative video games, is that is probably your first initiation into a community. A lot of times, like, oh, you haven't seen the video yet. Well, if you haven't seen the video yet and know what to do, then you can't join us. Okay. Obviously, that's not everyone. It's it's, I would argue it's one of the majority majority interactions these days. You go play a PvP game, right? It's like, dude, what is that? Did you even learn anything? Why don't you go and like watch X streamer for a little bit and get good before you queue up into a a competitive queue. I might have hit some really, I might have sparked some negative comment feelings about that. Sorry about that. It's meant to be instructive, or like I want to be a little bit direct about it. There's no way around. But that's kind of the feeling. That's kind of the encounters you get, right? Anyways, that happens with language learning. So let's just say even learning a language doesn't excuse that type of behavior, right? Or doesn't mitigate that type of behavior. It doesn't change the context. And what is the best, in my opinion, a very useful safeguard, but her try-hard gamers, what can excuse that, at least for myself, in my opinion, is it's difficult to be hurt when you know that's going to happen. At least in my opinion. It's still bothersome. I would say the initial like response and stuff, yeah, that can still happen. However, it's less insecurity prone. Like, it doesn't sit over time, at least in my opinion. Where like, for example, when was the last time you heard a streamer say like, oh, they got their first negative comment the first time, or their video got the first negative comment the first time, and it sat with them, brewed with them for like ever, and then eventually they stop, they almost stop immediately. That's very unfortunate. I think that's incredibly discouraging, right? Like, hopefully that is not happening with anyone here, right? I like to think it's not happening with anyone here. If you were here already multiple times, then I would say you have more patience than a vast majority of people already that I've encountered. Not necessarily talking about like the world or something. It's not like I've met the world, but within the sample size that I've encountered, because it takes a lot of patience and diligence to be engaged in long form conversation. It's something to be proud of, but let's not try to use it. I'm gonna say refrain from using that as a form of pushing on people who don't. right? People find their comfort spot, and you learn to recognize it. If someone doesn't like conversing, finding clever ways to maybe indirectly incentivize engagement is a very clever way, or choose to, avoid it and respect their space. That's perfectly fine. I think there's enough whatever digital space there is for mutual coexistence. Hopefully. Wow, how did we get to this topic? Starting from the exams on physiology. Oh yeah, that's right. Listening about out of the United States medical knowledge. There you go. We've come full circle. All right. I really need to finish this recall. So, where are we? Erabu, right? Erabu. It wouldn't be a stream without a digression. I'm quoting Cozy. That's not something I usually say. Eranda. Eranda is a good quote though. Eranda. Asonda. We'll write a few more predicates. Asonda. Aku. Win for you. Yeah. Go out there. Make someone's day. Oh no, we're not gonna digress anymore. But I would have talked about. I have a back pocket story, but we'll save it for another day. I'll say another. It's a study on compliments. SciShow put it out recently. Hank Green's thing. SciShow put out an article about what type of behavior is universally like. It was a great article that they cited about what it's how there's a what is the perfect gift, like how to evaluate gift satisfaction. And we'll just skip everything. The hot take is compliments are free, and they often have a greater than 50% significant increase in satisfaction for both the compliment giver and the compliment receiver. In the sample size, they have various sample sizes, so it might not be a representative of all cultures, right? All that stuff, it's a SciShow, so they have all the disclaimers, but the idea is compliments are free. You can do it, right? You don't have to gift back. Yeah. But they tackle a lot of the other things about like physical gifting and stuff because it's Christmas, and they did the holidays. They did an episode about that, and it was quite on point. It was very nice, conservative, and like the remarks and stuff are conservative and very pragmatic. Quite liked it. Your microbiology teacher commented on it. She said we focus a lot more on diseases from the tropics than those in Europe and in the US. So when a person in the West gets sick from one of these diseases, doctors often struggle to identify them. I see. I mean, unless the patient openly says, I was in Gambia for 2 weeks. Yeah, as long as they disclose their activities because, man. Do you ever watch House MD? LTO. I know it's a dramatization, but the dramatization helped accent one of the center points of discussion. Oh, not at all. A lot of times, as much as patient-doctor confidentiality, right, happens. I'm not sure if that's a universal thing. In the United States, privilege, right? Patient-doctor privilege. It's very rarely okay. It's good. That's excellent to know. It's rarely ever reciprocated. in as consistently as possible in honesty. And oftentimes comprehensible knowledge, like things like where have you been during vacation, and things of like a personal matter, often is not shared. That may be relevant. So a lot of times House, the show House MD, plays on that. Like it exaggerates that to a point that it accents that these things are very real things, but they're more subtle, right? The things in the TV show, those are not subtle, so it makes for great entertainment. However, in reality, I actually think it's even more difficult. Like, House makes it seem difficult due to dramatization and exaggeration. However, that's like almost plain. That whatever that's shown there is far more obvious than what I could imagine in a doctor's office. Even from the perspective of, I went to the doctor's recently today. I took my father to visit urgent care to like see if we can get a second opinion on something. And just the nature of what I have to communicate and the information I'm given from my father and to interpret to the doctor, it's so difficult. And House, the show predicates on like exaggerating all those things. Like, oh, when a patient offers incomplete information, or when a patient is belligerent in the sense of they're entitled to somehow the doctor reading minds, and that kind of thing gets exaggerated in the show. And it's an interesting and very entertaining show in that regard. Obviously, the reality is most of the dramatizations are obvious and very serial, like deus machina level of things. Like, these are the series that if this series of events happen, it makes for great entertainment. When reality sets, like for example, a science project, or not a science project, but like an experiment, right? Like creating a cure for a sudden post-apocalyptic virus. The reality is most of them would probably have died out by the time there's something reliable or consistent. That kind of thing. So it's a lot more dirtier and noisier and slower. But I often think of House MD as a way to give a semblance of that. Doctors must be humane towards the patient as well as the medical team. Too bad we're thought to be psychopaths. That is it. Like in more than one ways, in more than ways than I could imagine. Right? I almost feel like teachers are expected to be of that quality as well. Like, I don't want learning or people who are desiring to be teachers or educators to necessarily be unprepared for the rigors of what is necessary to hold up tolerance and due diligence for the current generation of expectations and social norms. Surgeons have it bad, yeah. The professional service workers of most natures tend to have to contend with that type of dynamic. You read an article somewhere about dictators and physicians, how to often correlate. That's an interesting. May you link it here? Sure. Feel free. Maybe I'll take a look at it. I'll and then that's it. That's it. We're done with digressions today. All right? We got to behave. Yeah, just post the link. I don't have a moderator or anything. At least I don't think links get. Oh. The standard? Is that, is this a... Oh. I'm not familiar with this. Journal? I mean, newspaper? Organization? That's interesting. Yeah, there are quite a lot of things of this nature. Anyways, good talk, good share. Let's get back. Actually, I don't think we need to go over anymore. I think this is fine. We don't need to practice. Alright, I'm running from my responsibility. So let's go write a few more. Today is new content day, so I am excited, as always. Or always so far. So do yasete. Yaseta. Yaseta. So yes. Sota. Tatsu. Utatsu. Atta. Sawat. Right. Sawaru. No, Suwaru. Sorry. Suwata. Suwata. Yep. Suwaru. Hokiru. Hokita. Oh, that flattened out so much. Eta. Alright. Alright. Good enough. We're good. Call it a day. Be like reminder for Ode. Olgai. Okay. Alright, new stuff. It's time to play Guess That Read. Okay. It's talking about games, so I wonder how surface level this. We have we don't have a grammar box. Okay, talk about games. 私の一番一番好きなゲームです. Okay. My favorite game. Fair enough. You're getting Latin Americanized. That is getting lazy. I'm getting siestafied. Oh no, that might be taken out of context. I do that. I self-talk. So a lot of times, like when I get up, I'm like, I don't really want to go on a run. I don't want to go on a run, and then I end up going on a run, because my habits are linked together. Yeah. My habits are linked together. They reinforce each other strong enough that even on the worst days, it overcomes the barrier, and that's kind of the routine that I go through, the goal. If it fails, every time it fails, I reflect on how to push it a little bit up. So if I ever have to like redefine something because my health, my motivations are dipping, I find ways to adjust it. So whenever I say, oh yeah, you know, maybe I should skip it today, and then two minutes later I'm like, I'm doing it. That's kind of how it rolls when you're someone who's like trying to micromanage habits. Let's see. So, 妹はこのゲームが interesting. All I see is duh ye. Daida.
妹はこのゲームが得意だ。
Tokuida. Oh, that's kind of close though. They ended up using E for E, right? But Tokuida. Have I had Tokuida? Oh yeah, I have. Tokui.
妹はこのゲームが得意だ。
Yeah, Tokuida. Interesting. Those two characters. One is like extent to me for now. Extent, and then E. Huh. Intriguing. Those two are new. Let's see. 彼らのゲームは Oh no, that's a new one. So is that one. So what is this? Match or team? Oh, Timu, not game. Timu. Timu. Yeah, Timu is right there. So this is match. So they went with sure. I can kind of see it. It's nowhere close to Bisai. Bisai is the Mandarin match. Bisai. Oh, this is that's probably Thai, right? And this is probably Kai Tai. And then lose. I don't think I have lose.
彼らのチームは試合に負けましたか？
Oh, Shiai. Oh, that's not even close.
彼らのチームは試合に負けましたか？
Shiai ni. Okay, so it's just the I part. Shiai ni. Ne?
彼らのチームは試合に負けましたか？
Make. Okay, makeru. Probably. 負けましたか? Okay, 試合に. 試合. Dang it. It's just the I. No, like E. No Tai. 試合. Okay. Oh, and this is the same. It's she. Ah, neat. Good to know. We use she quite a lot in Chinese already. Yeah, that's onyomi right there. I is close enough to be an onyomi. Not sure if that's onyomi. いいえ、私たちのチームが負けました。Okay. じゃんけんをしましょう。I didn't realize Janken was written in hiragana or rock paper scissors. I heard this once in a video game. Janken. Janken o shimashou. Let's okay. Alright. That's very oddly specific. When was the last time you rock paper scissors for something? I think I'm more of a coin flip guy. So just flip a coin. It can be any type of coin, as long as it's two-sided. Oh, let's see if there's like dice rolling or something. Oh, it's 4 units, so it's a short one. It's a short one. Is Duolingo good for learning Japanese ideograms? Because Duolingo seems very limited all in all. It's great for ideograms. I think if you skip, like, for example, hear me out here. If you're only interested in ideograms and you're getting sentence construction, context, grammar from any other source, using that and skipping, you can skip. So you can take the last exam and unlock all of it, right? All of it. And going through this stuff, it's not for everyone because this only caters to people who know foundation, who likes to work on their foundations, like review foundations. Going through all of this is my end of a session reward when it comes to ideograms, right? The characters, right? So in terms of this, it's okay. This one's okay. I think when it's very limited, it means you have to do more. That's my conservative problem solving skills, right? I like video games that are quite limited because then it, like, what I mean is the source is brimming with depth. Now, here's the thing. Duolingo is also limited in depth, right? So most of the things I'm doing are outside of Duolingo while using Duolingo. However, in video games, that can be different. You can have something with great depth, but limited in explicit nature, right? And I would say this is where Duolingo will not be for everyone because it's very restrictive. It's very limited. The resources are limited. So you have to do more. The idea is, here's the crux of my concern about people who become reliant on a single tool. That tool sometimes does not encourage exploration. So, like, in no way am I saying people who put out products need to do this or required to do this. It would be a very trust in good faith if a tool would say, hey guys, we don't focus on grammar here. We don't choose to include grammar here and here. Please try these other sources for grammar in order to complement and round your education, right? That would make me full stop go out of my way to support a product. Now, with that said though, that's not an industry standard, so I don't expect that, because usually when you want someone to want your product, if you're in that role, you know, those people who go around and say, well, why don't they tell me when I need to use a different resource and whatnot? It's like, well, if you were presenting a product, would you spend most of your resources telling you to go use other products, like your competitor products? So it's kind of like a balance. It's a compromise. But Duolingo is not necessarily sitting there and saying, go use all these other products in order to complement their approach, because Duolingo is taking a specific approach. It has pros and cons on its approach. And here are our competition, our non-competitors. Okay, sorry. I misspoke there. Our non-competitors, as in here are tools that we don't compete with because they're doing it differently. Now the question is, do your consumers think that? And I was rarely ever given the impression that when people consume tools, they actively understand what the tool is doing by design. And I don't expect them to need to know that. Oftentimes the internet is predicated on trust, however fickle and blind that can be, on the product's advertisement. So if a product says you can learn Japanese here, what does that mean? Rarely do people ask the question, what part of Japanese do you learn? Well, Duolingo will let you learn very simple sentences, maybe even a paragraph, response, and all the kanji that makes you bored to death. That's that offers that. So the question is, when you complain about a product not doing something, there's a difference between the product was never designed to do it versus the product wanted to do this and failed to do it, right? And I can definitely tell you, it is very limited in very, very intentional ways. Now, there are also limitations of resources. So those limitations are true limitations. It is different from their intent though. Like, as in, this is a work in progress, not a complete product on certain features. So there are features that are experimental, and then there are features that aren't. And you can't necessarily understand that if you didn't use something before and after. So for example, I know that I will never be able to empathize or understand to an extent to people who have used Duolingo for Japanese before the year 2024. And those people have shared a lot of their thoughts with me. So I can tell you that the very comment you said, is Duolingo good for learning Japanese ideograms? It is very wonderful or useful now. My experience. Before 2024, it was nearly non-existent. This thing that I highlighted, it was non-existent. It did not exist. So that's kind of like to put the perspective. Also, what's kanji? What's hiragana and katakana? Oh, yeah. So Spark Notes, right? This is going to be the Spark Notes version. Hiragana is hiragana and katakana, or the kanas as they group together, are the sounds, or let's just say sound characters, right? It's where something that's very familiar to English speakers, where when you read these things, it has a sound ascribed to them, right? So they're referred to as the kana. And hiragana and katakana, for all intents and purposes, the general distinction that one will notice intentionally is katakana tends to highlight things of a different language or a different barrier or some eccentricity. And then hiragana tends to serve as the core and foundational things, like your grammar structure, your particles, your endings for conjugation. So most of these characters you will see ultimately in the scape of putting modifying all your vocabulary, which the stem and all the vocabulary is typically written in kanji. And kanji is, some will argue, which some did, usually encapsulates the meaning a lot of times, like most of the time, and then secondarily perhaps suggests some sort of sound, right? Most people would focus on the meaning first and then the sound. So it's compressed meaning for kanji, while hiragana and katakana is a representation of the sound or the pronunciation. So every kanji has a kana, in hiragana usually most of the time, but it has a kana where it'll tell you what this is. So like this is the kanji for mountain, and the hiragana is yama. So you can often see it depicted this way for aid of learning. So you could see like a string of your primary read, and then on the top is yama. So yama is how you would go about pronouncing this, regardless of pitch accent. This doesn't actually include any information on pitch accent, but yama, right? And it's to compress the meaning. Now, how does this look a lot of times is like you could have, oh, we'll go into the lesson. Oh, wait, we can use the guidebook as an example. So here, right, it's quite elegant. And what I mean by that is, yes, I know it doesn't look easy at first, but the elegance of the Japanese writing system is that you have a separation when you're reading. So we're specifically talking about reading in terms of hiragana, katakana, and kanji, because hearing, the vowels still stay the same, right? So what happens is you see vocabulary stuff, things that are in kanji, right? And then you have things that are in hiragana. And then things that are in katakana. So game Geimu, the moment you hit a katakana, there's like a prep. It's almost like a voluntary prep on being ready to sound a certain way, in my opinion, for me, because it's kind of like sorry, I was starting the music again. So geimu is very distinct. It's game in that's what katakana tends to share. So it's very striking. You can see over time what looks like katakana and hiragana. And then a lot of times when you think of hiragana, you're thinking about grammar structure, the conjugation, like the roots and stems and whatnot, and then the modifiers. So when you start reading Japanese, all the components diagram itself out. So in English, you would have to do something like I was here, for example. Let's just say I was here. Oh, actually, down here. It's my favorite game, right? You would have to identify it yourself a lot of times. So favorite is an adjective. And right now, this is the present tense with is the helping verb. My is the modifier of game, which is referring to the subject, which is you. And then game. So what happens after a while is that one could see that the Japanese writing system is very explicit. When you're reading, it has a lot of level of extra information that's quite rigid, and the rigidity produces a consistency, in my opinion. It's very German, actually. it's very German. Like, it's engineered. It's quite, I really like it. It's very different though. And for example, Mandarin, because I only know these 3 languages, I'm going to use this relationship. Sorry for all the other languages. Mandarin and then English, right? So when we talk about descriptiveness, for me, Japanese is the most explicit. Is the most explicit, in my opinion, in their writing because of their hybrid system, the hybrid writing system. Then you take away all the hiragana. You take all the way the hiragana and the katakana, and you have Mandarin. So now you still have all these pictorial things that have compressed meaning, and the compressed meaning is very explicit. Like, it's very explicit compressed meaning. In fact, the characters themselves have baked in grammar, so it's incredibly compressed. Meanwhile, then you go to English, everything is a descriptor. So, or what I mean is, most things are descriptors. As in order to be explicit, you must say more. It takes a lot of details or words, sort of. It's non-compressed. And we, in my opinion, English speakers try to compress it, and it increases ambiguity, right? So it's not captured in the language as much as it is ambiguous. Mandarin is somewhat ambiguous because it's compressed into the things. And then Japanese is even less ambiguous. I'm not saying the language isn't ambiguous. All forms of language is ambiguous because of meaning, right? Meaning fluctuates and whatnot. But the writing system they have is something you get accustomed to a lot. So when you suddenly switch to Mandarin, you're thinking, wait a minute, this just feels right. Yeah, it just feels right. And then in Japanese, you're like saying, oh, wait a minute, I'm missing a stem here. Do I want to end this? I should modify this, right? And these characters do not substantially overlap in usage to kanji. In fact, most of them don't. There's only like maybe 1 or 2 instances so far for me. In Mandarin, the characters are shared between how they express things. So when you say, do Japanese people often mix the two? I would say even Japanese language learners mix far less because they are distinctively different. In Mandarin, what happens is you use the same characters. So like if I showed you this character, right? Like I just write this and then you're like, okay, so what does that mean? Sometimes, at least when you say no, right, in a sentence format, you can think of the likelihood of 3 things it can do in a sentence, like roughly. That may account for like 90% of its functionality. This is like, I don't know. So far, I think I can think of more than 3, at least more than 3. Now, one big catch though, there is a little bit different. We're not going to talk about that actually. That's about pronunciation and speech. So we're not talking about pronunciation and speech. So this could be anywhere. It could be part of a new word. It could be part of hundreds of words. I have no idea. I can think of 4 words this is part of already, not even dealing with grammar. This is actually a grammar term as well. It's and. So they just use the same characters. Like they just use the same characters. Mandarin recycles the characters. And Japanese decided, hey, we're gonna do, what is it? It's like 25. Was it 24? 26? Kana, like hiragana, and then another set of these for kata, right? For another use case. And that's it. Instead of saying, oh, all our 20,000 characters could be anywhere in 20,000 of those characters. It's not that crazy. It's not 1-to-1. It's usually like, or what I mean is, it's not like 1 to 2,000, as in every character has 20,000 uses. It's more like, so far, I think it goes as low as 1 to me in Mandarin so far, with my limited knowledge. The lowest I can think of is a character that's used probably 6 different ways. Meanwhile, Japanese, there are very specific ways they structure their sentences, and it's like, oh, okay, well, it's like 1 in 3 ways. Actually, the average is probably like 1 in 4 ways predominantly. Meanwhile, one of the innocuous characters in Mandarin is like, there's at least 6 uses already, and like 5 of them is a different word. So, it does happen in kanji though. Kanji does happen. Like there are homonyms everywhere. And the ways could be like, it is both, it includes grammar. So it's like plus the 3 different ways to initiate grammar. It could also mean it has 7 different meanings. Meanwhile, Mandarin uses the same characters to elicit grammar and the meanings. And yeah, more compression. You speak English, LTO. I don't think you have to. I don't think it's gonna hurt your head in the long run. If you're ever interested, obviously. If you're ever interested in Japanese, I don't necessarily think one should not discount the idea that you are speaking English, and English makes people's head hurt too. I don't want to discount, like, learning a language, especially like a very desperate language, as opposed to an isolated language. You're constantly going to feel like your head hurts. I was talking about, sometimes I engage in conversations about, oh, I say it this way and they say it this way, sometimes in Chinese and Japanese, but I'm rarely ever in a position where the vast majority of people I talk to have different interpretations, in my opinion, or anecdotally. In English, everyone has an opinion about English. Not really. I'm gonna say most people have something to say about English because there are a lot of people using. So I think you're perfectly right. Having to squint at kanji, knowing 2 symbols can be like 5 words. Oh yeah. Okay, the squinting thing. Okay. Technology though. Technology is not kind to compression. I would have to say that's something, it's a physical limitation. Like a literal physical space limitation. Because yeah, I do think there are pragmatic drawbacks to having compression in ideograms, right? And that's having to squint to see if the shape fills up. And you might be thinking, well, aren't all the shapes different? It's like, yes. After a while, you can pick up on that, but there are shapes that are very, very close together, and without enough resolution, I wouldn't take a gamble. With that said, though, again, if you have a sentence, if you have context will alleviate that. Like, oh, hey, look, it's a block of white lines, and then you see other things next to it, right? Like this next to it. In fact, it's become my crutch a lot of times, and I think other people do this too. Even in English, right? When you read, it's like, oh, you just fill in the rest of the sentence. Like, oh, it's this. Oh, this must be this word. That kind of thing. So you start doing the thing where you don't even read the entire sentence from left to, you don't read all the words in the sentence. You presume the sentence. You presume the sentence. I was having a dream I had a dream translation of what kind of food are you having for dinner. Google Translator gave me yushota for dinner, and I went on, that's moon food. Interesting. Where does the moon come from? Yushota. Huh. Yeah, no worries. No worries, LTO. I love explaining things. I hope my explanation gets you more excited than scaring you. Because I think you must be when one explains things, you gotta make it sound exciting. At least sound happy about it. I really, really, I don't say this very often, but something that wears me down a lot is cautionary tale vibes. So things like, oh man, wait till you get to this hard part. So you think that's hard, wait till you get to this. It's like, oh wait, you think you're using an easy language, you're speaking English, wait till you get to this part. I really not like, I'm gonna be really honest. You showed, interesting. You tabe? Is that you tabe? I'm not sure what that is either. Or ta? You ta? So, yushoku. Oh, yushoku. Interesting. I don't know what that means. So it means moon food. You started playing a game. English went out of its way to be hard after I started to learn Japanese. I started playing a game to learn ideograms, but all looked the same to you. I asked myself, was I fed in childhood? How can I be so slow? I think right now, the wonderful things about learning Japanese, or maybe like some ideogrammic language, is explore how you approach learning ideograms, right? Because you got to be either out of practice or you haven't done it before, if you know what I mean. unless you're like really into mathematics or something, that could help. And you might be thinking, wait, what does mathematics have to do with ideograms? Well, math kind of use ideograms to some extent. You associate shapes or a specific symbol with anything, any form of abstraction conceptually, right? However, that is not even, I'm trivializing the idea of the complexity of the actual characters themselves compared to like using characters that you're already familiar with, right, as a placeholder. However, I think if I would say, I don't want to stop people from enjoying the language right away. I say you can do this on the fly. I did so as well. Start with something, develop and harness, refine, be interested in the way you learn things, right? If everything looks the same now, what is it making it all look the same? And then systematically implement little things to distinguish them, right? How do you get it to look different, right? Nowadays there's a point when you're gonna start to distinguish, right? You have to get to one would eventually get to a level like these are essential, essential things. What is your way, like whatever way you do, how is your way to distinguish something like this consistently, like these characters, right? And exploring that goes a long way, right? You're building the foundations for a skill that you might not be practicing in a very long time, or maybe super like in a different manner. I tend to ask myself, where was the last time I did this? Like, when was the last time I looked at characters like this and then used it? Actually, it was in gaming. I play puzzle games. I play puzzle games a lot, and a lot of times the puzzle games deal with like look for the difference. Back in my day, in ancient fossil days, there are games where they're as simple as giving you two images and spot the difference, right? Spot the difference. So I took inspiration away from spot the difference. And then alternatively spot the similarities, which most people don't actually do in these games. So I incorporated that. I started with something that works and then build from if I needed to distinguish between these, right? And the way I write it is the way I'm distinguishing between. Let's play Snap. So, I don't think you're slow in the sense that I know you use the word slow as in the learning curve, right? Learning curve, in my opinion, learning curve is dependent on pre-established. You're comparing yourself to pre-established skills, right? Skill set. And if you're going, what slow means to me, I know this is not true for everyone, but for the intellectual, for someone who's in medical school, when I hear slow, I hear lots of potential gain. Now, what does that gain mean? What Cozy said. Everyone learns differently. So, or everyone learns differently in the sense of everyone prefers to learn distinguishably, right? So they end up learning distinguishably. As in, by the time you're like 20 plus, you're going to have lots of variables, enough variables that they would be distinguishable between people when you dig into the nuance. So, however, it's not saying that everyone can only learn a certain way differently. So what I mean by that is the skill that I'm showing now, where I use video games and stuff, I use that example because it's a different way someone else is applying a skill that I'm doing in a different context. So everyone can learn are able to learn similarly, but different contexts. So the way I approach remembering something as a flashcard is different in context than having a flashcard that's literally in front of you. However, there's a relationship between how I'm visualizing a flashcard versus looking at a flashcard. And some people, in context of the flashcard, look at a flashcard and I'm visualizing it. So these things might be different. However, that person that's looking at a flashcard can attempt to visualize a flashcard. The reason why, quote unquote, it's slow is it's likely a practice that you don't do very often. At least in my opinion, within negligible range, in my opinion. Like what I mean is, there's not a standard of talent or some sort of predisposition, in my opinion, most of the time in healthy adults that create a statistical significant capacity to learn a specific way. Now, whether your preferences prevent you from being, or preferences make you stronger or weaker in those things, is largely, in my opinion, I like to believe that your neuroplasticity is not the restricting factor to gatekeeping a specific skill. No predispositions. There are people with aphantasia, for example, and whatnot, or developmental disorders, unfortunately, or inherited genetic problems. That's very, very unfortunate. But I would say the vast majority of humans, let's just say 80% conservatively, they are born healthy with normal neuroplasticity. Generally, there's no age defining or gap or lost in potential where you can practice these. And I like to collect people's methods because those methods provide enough context that allows someone to, for lack of a better word, visualize how they achieve it themselves. If you really do need to look at a flashcard, that's great. I would then say, oh, if you like flashcards, have you tried visualizing it in your head? And then tell me how you feel. And most of the time it'd be like, oh, it's very slow because sometimes it's all of a blur, right? It's blurry in my head. It's like, okay. So the next time you look at your flashcard, pick up one detail. Maybe what's in bold here. And just that detail. And then after you're done with your flashcard, is it blurry anymore? You know? Is it blurry anymore? And then you're saying, oh, well, this part is less blurry, right? And then, okay, now that you got this part of the flashcard, you're still doing your random flashcard stuff, right? Your Anki, right? Your Anki here. And then you're asking, what is over here? Eventually, you can probably pre-construct the flashcard in your mind. That's a different discipline, in my opinion. That's like asking someone to draw a picture of a ball, right? Right. Or a sphere, right? The idea is, if you're untrained about it, you can still get to remembering something, like the ends, like the result, right? The result is Anki flashcard gets you to remember something. This also does too. You could do both if you wanted. In my opinion, you can do one less efficiently. If this is less efficient, that doesn't mean it's not going to help you. Your effort that you're taking in is still something. Now the question is, does it lead you to remembering the thing that you want and only the thing that you want? Most people say, this is optional. I'm not going to spend time with that. That's fair. Now the question now is, what skill did you learn? You learned how to adapt to a problem that you're having. So now the question is, how are you gonna get this, to be distinguished from this, right? And you could take 2 flashcards and place them. You could visualize the thing like I do and see 2 separate radicals. That's also another technique that people do. Like other apps do this. They separate the radicals. You could look at them as individual strokes. Dear me, I'm not that good. I'm like, what I mean is, I don't want to put in that much effort. Where you like remember them by strokes, by the stroke order. But honestly, I do that automatically now. So where you understand the stroke order. So I can picture this character in my hand. My hand pictures this. This is what my hand does when I'm thinking about it. Like, I'm doing these things. And in fact, I actually think of them in proportion. So you think of it this way. So all of these things will put together. Like, you can put these together if you want. You can combine all of them. My goal to illustrate how I study, I suppose, how I engage or like to reinforce my studying, is I build as many of these habits. And yes, to many it's a waste of time. The reason why is some of these strategies are clearly inefficient, right? Like, this strategy is clearly more efficient than this strategy because it's accounting for more information. This strategy is probably even, this strategy here is probably more efficient than this strategy. So what happens is you pick the ones that will get to your goal in a specific amount of time, right? Your time that you want. And that's where I don't really talk about too much. And that goes back to Cozy's comment about everyone learns differently. I say that everyone has a learning preference, whether they believe it or not. And what I mean is, most people believe people have a learning preference. I actually do not believe people have a learning preference, but a first come first serve thing. It's a chicken or the egg. What worked first are your preferences. I do not believe that you cannot learn more learning strategies, right, than after, regardless of how old you are. So yes, it can take time. However, you are not limited to the things that worked first. So everyone does have different preferences when they learn because they stick to the things that work enough. When you stop working enough, right? Like, now you gotta learn a language and it deals with something you've never learned before, right? You've never learned ideograms before. Guess what? Now you gotta learn how to learn. Learn how to learn a new way, right? And that's the moment why I think language learning is fantastic, because language learning has the potential to reignite reinvesting in your learning process. Usually you do this at an earlier age, right? Reinventing, like as a kid, that was the whole idea of school. The school was supposed to encourage you to make as many learning methods as possible, because you're being challenged with all of it. And the idea is they hope that you keep getting challenged, so you keep as many methods with you. However, most of the time you specialize and then you're going to groom. So, I'm going to say the vast majority of the methods end up being duds, right? Everything being duds, or maybe lack of experience, or things first come, first serve. The most efficient ones get kept. The ones that are least efficient didn't get kept. You might be thinking, well, then as an adult, if you revisit them, they're just going to be as crap as they were before. No, that would be ignoring the fact that you are now an adult. You have way more experiences to form complex uses for methods that you might not have done before because they just simply didn't serve the function. So, what are methods that don't serve kids well, right? When you were a kid, what are methods that typically suck initially, right? Long discussions. Kids suck at that. Let's just be real, okay? Kids are out there, they're taking in stimuli, okay? Long discussions, no, out of the question. I'm saying that because the kids that end up becoming adults who completely rely on their earlier strategies tend to not like long discussions. Intellectuals that end up developing required, like forced, basically like challenged to think more and to think deeper. This is a requirement. It's something that they have to practice in order to address complex situations, right? So if you as an adult perfectly happy making millions of dollars, like in construction or like things that don't require long discussions, you don't have to change your way of learning. So this goes back to language learning and the efficacy, the prominence, the proponents, like the people who encourage secondary language learning while you're a kid, is suggesting that the learning methods that you acquire eventually also can go on to increase your chance of success in other things later down the road, right? Yes, the chance does go up because you have more methods. Now, the thing is, do they go up in the context of demand, right? So an opponent could argue that what if those increased skill sets tend to meet something that has a low demand, right? And that happens a lot. Science is one of them. So is language learning. So if you have all the skills and methods that you've developed because you diverted a significant amount of time to language learning when you're growing up, and those methods go into a world that has embraced singularity or something, pragmatism for like English, then you can often find it very difficult to use the skills that you learn as a child to find application, right? Science is another one because, and when I mean by science, I mean biological sciences. I went into college believing biological science is the forefront of everything. It would be where the money is. Like, what I mean by is not me earning money, but me able to do things. Like, I cannot fund experiments the way I thought I could when I started my journey to becoming a scientist. Funding has become harder and harder. Like gifts, basic science, that type of thing is not sustainable in the current system, so it fell by the wayside. What is comp science? And earlier on, I actually flipped the coin. Do I want to go into computer science or biological? During my time, computer science was not the computer science of today. You can't see that yet, right? So you could argue in retrospect that having a heavy emphasis on the biological sciences failed to produce results because, hindsight is 2020. That comp science would be the choice, right? And that is the counter argument to language learning. That's the counter argument to language learning. With all that said, though, I get behind the idea that as a child, if you get challenged more in a safe environment without like negativity, like not too much negativity, right? Not sapped of motivation. So you encourage a child. What happens is they have a lot of methods. And eventually, whatever they end up liking or their preference will groom all these methods into their preference. And that, in my opinion, is where I start. So if I'm talking to an adult, and what I consider adult is anyone who's greater than 18, but most of the time now it's more like 21 plus. And what I mean by that is adult in the sense of the possibility, the probability of experiences, like intellectual experiences, right? And when they're talking about improving their performance on learning in general, it goes with the ideas, let's explore what worked. Let's explore what methods you have on hand, and then let's explore how you selected the methods that you've come to know and love, right? Then you start there and find creative ways to develop new methods to bend your preference in order to accommodate a new system. And that's where I started. I have no idea how to study an ideogrammic language. So I started by seeing what methods I have already that can help me learn Japanese on Duolingo. Yes, I know a lot of times people say Duolingo or apps are there to help you learn a language. That's true. I see that. But I also need to help Duolingo help me learn the rest. Because sometimes the tool doesn't tell you what you need to do because it's beyond the scope of the product, right? And that is how you learn, in my opinion. That's how you complement things. So whenever someone says, oh, Duolingo sucks, it doesn't do this. So how are you doing it? And then they're like, oh, I just dropped Duolingo and I went for the next tool that covers everything. It's like, I doubt it covers everything. What does your new tool doesn't do that Duolingo does? Have you considered that? Because the idea is you use both tools. You find out what is missing in either tool and what other tools do well, and you fill in. You build up your collage of things, right? Yes, the artist can be super skilled and they can use like one paintbrush to do everything. That is definitely your choice, right? That's building a lot of different skills and working creativity with less. There's also the person who knows the limitations of the brush, choose a different tool that they practice a different skill with, and then use them both combined, right? So I'm more of the latter than the former. I have no, I'm not that arrogant to understand that I could turn anything into a masterpiece sticking to one mindset. I choose multiple things, use them to complement each other. So Duolingo alone is the weirdest question I get most of the time because people, in my opinion, kids, usually younger adults, tend to view things based on preferences. They don't necessarily want to develop new things. They want to stick with things that work. So the idea is to ask them, so what works? And then why doesn't this work? If it doesn't work, can you solve it? Not drop something and hope that another thing fills it in my opinion. That's not problem solving earnestly. It's spinning the wheel until you get lucky. You spin the wheel until you get lucky, right? I hope that someone will solve my problems for me. And they could. And you could make money, you could save time, make a lot of money, and you can pay for it. That works too, actually. I actually find that very, very agreeable. So if you don't want to solve your problem, you can make money with the problems you have solved well, and then hope that someone else solves those problems and you pay for it. Convenience, right? Convenience. And the world lives in harmony. It's different from someone who says, I'm not going to do anything about it. I'm not going to do things that I'm good at either. I wish the world bend to my every needs when I so desire. And you might be thinking, has anyone ever literally said that? No, I'm paraphrasing. I actually, most of the time, it's more like, F this, F that, I hate this, I hate that, this is the worst, this is terrible, like this is garbage. That's what I hear most of the time. I was actually being quite polite by paraphrasing, oh, the world doesn't have all the tools that help me solve the problems I don't want to solve myself or have fun doing it. In my mind's eyes of eyes, I hope that one day the internet is a perfect place to encourage someone to be like, hey, this is a problem I can solve about myself. That means this is going to be fun. Let's see what happens. If you don't, if you don't like that, I hope there's someone in your life that makes it fun. Like, you want to encourage you to, because I think life is too short to let problems consume you and then make you feel helpless about it. Or you can't even properly avoid it. There are people who don't properly avoid the problems either, where they're like, oh, I love this, but I hate it. And then whenever they're talking about it, it's like, I still love it more. It's like, it sounds like you hate it more. Like, are you sure you hate it more, or do you love it more? It's like, oh, I really love it. It's like, but you keep telling me how much you hate it. Like, are you okay? That's actually generally my major concern when I talk to people I'm worried about. Where when they talk about something, it's like, oh yeah, so what did you do today? I hate school. Like, so what did you do to school that you hate? It's like, it's just everything. I'm just always tired. It's like, do you know what's making you tired? Like, are you not getting enough sleep? Is it something particular? Like, is it a course that you don't like? Nah, it's just the whole thing. Like, I'm not sure if that helps you. Like, what I mean is, if you're not invested in finding out what is making you really tired and what is making you really hateful, right? What are the odds that a stranger or anyone else can help you like feel better or perform better, right? And that's kind of the problem solving skills that I think can make people autocorrect themselves. Like, everyone learns different, everyone has different preferences. Well, so I would like to empower people to be able to solve it for themselves, hopefully, or have a really close significant other that you're able to express and solve problems together, right? Or a society of people. Same with art. Use what you have, even if it's crap. Yeah, you got to start somewhere, build up, and it creates a foundation. Well, I don't think you strike me as the person the people I'm referring to. I think you're fairly positive, actually. If what does that say about the other people that I've encountered, right? If I'm saying, I don't think you give me a lot of red flags. If you wanted my genuine first impressions, right? I don't think you strike me as someone who's I'm referring to. We're talking about people who have trouble getting out of bed, right? It would not shock me if those people were still in bed talking to me. That sounded really weird out of context. What I mean is they lack the motivation to want to get out of bed. And they lack the motivation to read books. Like, you read books, Theo. Like, you shared a lot of things. There are and this is not a competition. It's actually a lot worse. I wouldn't want to make it a competition. YouTube, if there's anything YouTube has convinced me, is I like to think there are enough things that make people make people want to get out of bed, right? Hopefully that digression was worth it. I think it's always worth trying to leave a lasting message. If I sound like a broken record, I'll say it time and time again. If not to convince anyone out there, it's also to convince myself. If this gets me out of bed, liking life, always aiming to improve life one at a time, or little by little, I like to believe it can at least change someone's mind. That their life is filled with problems or filled with challenges to improve their life. So it's definitely a mind switch. But when I see people having problems, it's not that I'm happy that they have problems. It's I'm happy that they recognize it is a problem and that they're sharing with me so that we can both solve it together. Right? Like, they're not only recognizing that they have problems, they also am open-minded enough to solve the problem with themselves and with others. That increases the odds of solving it. And then you grow from it. And sometimes solving one problem leads to a life-changing, altering event. Any problem solved can set you on the path to a net positive lifestyle. What's a book? I haven't, I'm gonna be honest here. I haven't picked up a physical book in many years. A physical book. Digital books are, I think they count. You like doing stuff, you like reading. I'm just not fond of being forced to do so like college does. Yeah, that's fair enough. You'd rather go to the library and stay there reading your medical books than being in a class for 6 or sometimes 8 times a day. That's understandable. Let me I'm gonna clarify something. I think you do a lot of things you like to do enough that you can do things you don't like to do. And to me, that means no red flags. There's a difference between, like, here's I'll give you a hypothetical situation to compare with someone else. The telltale signs. Someone who says they don't like doing something that takes up the majority of their day, the majority of their effort and lifestyle, and then they say they don't do anything to offset that. As in, they don't read, they don't have time to sleep, they don't have time to eat, they don't have anything that they're willing to share that is positive about their day, enough to offset all the negative things they talked about. That is someone that would scream red flag, as in this person is spiraling. This person is slowly going into the rabbit hole, right? Going into a deep, dark place. And how long that has been going on, well, I usually don't end up talking to those people long enough to know how long that's been going on. If it's going on for a couple of years, seek a therapist. Like, definitely get yourself into a place where you're not slowly spiraling downward, right? Seek professional help. It goes a long way. I would prefer to see someone at least have 3 or 4 years of happy, like a net positive thing, than spending the rest of their life spiraling downward. That kind of thing. I like reading in a library, but depends on if there's loud screaming kids who won't shut up. I'm not sure what kind of library you've been to. All right. We're really starting we're really starting the lesson now. Okay, I'm being serial now. I'm being absolutely serial. We're definitely starting the lesson right now. No more screaming kids. That's your local library. I see.
伝説
Densetsu. Densetsu. Interesting. So this is a setsu. Huh. Densetsu, if I had to, I don't remember anymore. I think, so Den might have something to do about informing. So informing, and these things have a talk quality. I don't know what densetsu is. It's actually, this read does not remind me of any vocabulary, but it's gonna have something to do with possibly. I do this for fun because this is my favorite part. When you're looking at new characters, you start guessing. So to remind me of my old, like all the characters I know. So I'm guessing this might have something to do with informing and talking. Maybe like sort of like a notice in a way, or a notification, or maybe to, it's definitely not, so we don't have anything on the side, so it's not a verb. So maybe something like that, like a board notice, a note, something like that, or an ad, an announcement. That could be it, something like that. Densetsu. We'll find out soon. It's coming.
伝説
初心者です
Dang it. Not this one, but the next one. Let's see. Shoshin Gatsu. Is that what I say?
初心者です
Oh, sha. Shoshin sha. One looks like feeling, cut, heart, self, and it's either nerd or beginner, but I don't feel like. Oh no, are they putting otaku in this? I think this is beginner.
初心者
Yeah, Shoshinsha. Okay, I am a beginner. All implied. Interesting. So they used Sheen. Really? Sha is a placeholder, like a person or of a person, thing to a person, characteristic of a person, I guess. Sheen, I mean, that's kind of
初心者です初心者
Shoshinsha. Interesting. A noob is what we say. No, I'm kidding.
彼はゲームオタクだ
Oh, there's otaku. That's where the nerd was. So I ruled out nerd because it's otaku. 彼はゲームオタクだ. Okay. Video game nerd? Sorry. Video game nerd reminds me of what's his name? He still makes videos, by the way. The quote unquote the video game nerd. I'm not sure if anyone, this might be a boomer thing now, but back in the old days, there was a personality called the video game nerd. That person is still around and they still make videos. But they're the video game nerd. He is a video game nerd.
私はちょっとオタクです。8冊
Oops.
8冊私
私
は
は
ちょっと
ちょっとオタクです。
オタクです。
I'm a little bit of a otaku.
弟はオタクじゃないよ
弟はオタクじゃないよ. Okay. Okay. Oh my gosh. Otaku is here too. Wait, why are there so many? Zelda! Zelda! Okay, there's a little bias. I'm gonna call sponsored if they don't include Sonic. I'm just saying. Zelda. Sorry. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Freaking Zelda? Alright. My little brother is not an otaku. Not what that says. Why do I have so many other things? Oh, you know? Yeah, that's fine. Because of the yo.
息子は古い伝説が大好きです。
Did that just say I had a typo? Wait. Did the bottom thing just say I had a typo? I think that's new. Usually they say another correct answer, but I could have sworn that just said I had a typo. Now I got it. I'll look back later. We'll see if we can trigger it again. What is this?
息子は古い伝説が大好きです。
Oh no, it's not. It's not dealing with inform. 息子は古いwhat's this again?
息子は古い伝説が大好きです。
伝説が大好きです。My son loves old legends? Oh my gosh, it's legends.
伝説。
Okay.
Densetsu.
Nope. The guess was way off the mark. Happens. Densetsu. Legend. Well, it's kind of. So it's of notoriety, I guess. It's of notoriety. Hydrate. Listen, calm down. Calm down, folks. I have to go to the bathroom.
ゼルダさんはスマホを持っています。
Zelda. Oh my goodness. Zelda-san wa sumaho. Oh my god, Zelda is the person's name. They decided to include Zelda as a name. Zelda-san wa sumaho o motteimasu. Zelda as, I guess, a smartphone.
ボスは僕を倒した。
Bosu wa... There are so many katakana in this. What the heck? And I'm not sure if I'm gonna remember all these. Bosu. Oh my gosh, I can boss. Okay, hold up. I'm gonna have to make a note of the katakana words. So yeah, Bosu. I haven't been paying attention to katakana in a while. So what? Zeruda makes sense. Right? Zeruda. I already missed one, right? It'll come back up again. Bosu wa boku. Boku wo... What is that?
ボスは僕を倒した。
Haoshita. That's not something I'm... Oh, defeated? Oh man, I'm really getting into this. We should play a video game now. At least we're getting some video game vocabulary. The boss defeated you? Defeated me. Boku wo taoshita. Tao? Tao? Yeah, taoshita. Taoshi. So, taosu. Taos. Taos. To throw down, to break, to bring down, to blow down, to fell, to knock down, to set something down, and to turn, to kill, to defeat, to beat. Taosu. N3? What the heck? As you are using Japanese for Like a Dragon, these are good. Yeah, I know. Yeah. Taos. That's pretty good though. Bosu wa boku wo taoshita. Interesting.
ゼルダはボスを倒しました。
Zelda wa bosu wo taoshimashita. Zelda defeated the boss. I like this.
ボスを倒しましたか？
bosu
ボス、
wo taoshimashita ka?
倒し、
Taoshimashita.
か。
Did you defeat the boss?
初心者。
初心者。初心者。
初心者。
Oh, okay. Did I already have that? No. You just watched a video of a naked man in 4 legs attacking a random dude passing by. Their fight was epic. They should become friends. Okay. Tao. Tao shimasu.
倒します。
Tao shimasu. We have to write all new predicates as well because they usually don't end up. So, also, yeah. So shinsha. That is what that said. So shinsha. Just shinsha. I don't know what that is yet. We'll find out. Wait. Oh yeah, it's this, right?
初心者、
Yeah. This was a beginner. Oh yeah, this was beginner. Yeah, the noob.
初心者、
Yeah, beginner. So shinsha. That was the first one that we were introduced earlier. My little brother is a video game novice. That's putting it lightly. Not on 4 legs. I mean like walking like a dog. Oh. In 4. Oh, okay. On 4s. Oh. Oh, okay. Student tribe. Oh, okay. Let's see.
弟、
弟はまだ
まだ、初心者、
初心者。
ゲーム
Can I do that? ゲームです。
です。
Or
ゲ
ゲー
ーム
ム初心者です without a no? Can I do that? Oh, I can do that. Interesting. Alright. I'm a beginner.
初心者です。
Their fight was epic. Somehow, why do I have a feeling I'm going to end up seeing it on my Google account, on my algorithm later? The description. It happens more often than not, since my phones are on listen. I'm a video game now.
は
私は
ゲーム初心者です。
Oh no. We got our 30 minutes of things. Can we just practice like one character for a while? Oh, here are 4 characters. Let's just practice those. How long do we have? Let's just do this for 15 minutes, right? Because our friend quest got completed. Setsu. Something Setsu. Densetsu.
伝説。伝説。伝説。
伝説
Speaking of the character that I
伝説
almost wrote.
伝説、
伝説、
Densetsu. Hmm.
伝説
伝説
伝説伝説
伝説
伝説、
伝説
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 So it's very close to Sho.
伝説
伝説
Sho.
伝説
伝説、
伝説、
伝説
伝説
伝説伝説
伝説
What's this again? Shoshinsha. Shoshinsha.
初心者
Shoshinsha.
初心者
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 I didn't have this character
初
yet.
心者、
初心者、
初心者
初心者
初心者初心者
初心者
初心者
初心者、
初心者、
I suddenly had the
Shoshinsha.
urge to bake a cake. Sorry. That was my random thought in my head.
伝説
Densetsu. Oops.
伝説、
伝説
伝説
伝説伝説
伝説
伝説
伝説、
伝説、
Perfectly normal, you know? Perfectly normal, right? Doesn't everyone have like a sudden craving to bake a cake every once in a while, right? Otaku. Densetsu.
伝説
Perfectly normal.
オタク
Otaku.
オタク
They're gonna put otaku next to otaku. And I don't even know if there's a pitch accent difference. Wouldn't know. Yusho.
住所
Yusho.
伝説
Densetsu. Kotoba.
言葉オタク
Otaku.
オ
Ah!
タク
Dobutsu.
動物オタク
Dobutsu. Otaku.
タク
you oh you want to make a cake
伝
now?
説
Yeah,
オタク
that's right. Sun desire.
オタク
Let it take you. Let it take you.
オタク
Otaku.
伝説
Densetsu.
動物
Dobutsu.
ご住所
Ojusho. Ojusho. Interesting. Honorifics. Gozaitaku. Right? Gozaitaku.
ご在宅
伝説
Okay.
説
It's 4 a.m. and you can't. Oh, that's understandable.
掃除
Oji. Koneko.
子猫オタク
Otaku.
伝説
Densetsu.
お店
Omise.
買い物
Aimono.
伝説
Densetsu.
在宅
Daitaku.
オタク
Otaku.
子猫
Neko. Spanish is gonna be wild, though. You thought Setsu was in the word for neurological? Is not. Okay. Fair enough. Oh, because Den was in gene? As in those gene. Not that gene, this gene. The gene I'm most familiar with. Shoshinsha. Some might even call it genetic. 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 Man, imagine if someone pronounced it genetic. Oh, actually, you know what? I could actually see a foreigner pronounce genetic genetic. Because there's gene and then the suffix tick. So it could end up being genetic as opposed to genetic.
Shoshinsha.
Shoshinsha.
初心者
Okay, Shin.
初心者
初心者
First time
初心者。
getting this character
初心者
in Japanese.
初心者
初心者。
初心者初心者
初心者
初心者。
Okay.
伝
伝説. You know, earlier today, before I started the stream, I told myself that I wouldn't digress today.
伝説
It's the same thing I tell myself every day.
伝説
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 Or, actually, more accurately, I told
伝説
myself I was only going to I was gonna try to digress like one less time
伝説
than yesterday.
伝説
Progress was not made.
伝説
伝説。
伝説
Not only did we
伝説
not digress one less, I think we digressed one extra.
初心者
Shoshinsha. Shoshinsha.
初心者
初心者
They are surprisingly clear. I can imagine.
初心者。
In English too. They're often
Shoshinsha.
surprisingly
Shoshinsha.
clear. Not the like old age stuff, but the new age stuff.
初心者
初心
Actually,
者。
a lot of times the common names are
初
pretty
心者
pretty
初心
self-explanatory.
者
Largely due to Latin. I
Shoshinsha.
suppose. Latin. If one was competent in Latin, for the old stuff. But the newer stuff is like, yeah, that's right on the nose.
伝
Densetsu. Occasionally though, there's
Densetsu.
the I named it after myself situation though.
伝説
The old stuff is Greek. Okay,
伝説。
if
伝
you say
説
so.
伝説
伝説。
伝説伝説
初心者。
Shoshinsha.
初心者
I don't think the old stuff is Greek, by the way.
初心
but
者。
I think they're
初
both.
心初心者
初心者
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 Japanese chemistry terms get weird. I can see that. It's kind of hard to describe abstract parts of chemistry, I suppose. Unless they use IUPAC. I don't think they use IUPAC system.
伝説
I guess it's as bad as your periodic table. I don't think I think the periodic table is exceptional. Besides the naming of naming of radioactive like intermediate elements. I think that's largely coming from someone
Densetsu.
outside. That perspective that you're saying comes from someone outside of chemistry.
伝説
伝説
And I also think
伝説
the Greek comment
伝説
is also someone coming
伝説
outside of the medical field.
伝説
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 伝説伝説
What's a good analogy for how I think about the periodic table? It's kind of looking at like hiragana and katakana table for the first time.
大丈夫
Oops.
航空初心者
初心者
I suppose if you think the katakana
初心者
the kana table is horrendous and terrible, then I agree with you.
初心
The
者
periodic table, you probably think the periodic table is
初
terrible.
心者
初心者初心者
The more primal elements they had native words that imported the rest. Oh, okay.
初心者
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 What's considered a primal element?
初心者
What do they mean by what do you mean by primal? Actually, you put it in quotes. I don't actually know what primal means.
伝説
You mean like organic? More organic?
伝説
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 Like organic and basic metals?
伝説
伝説
Okay.
伝説
The period it's kind of funny. I'm smiling because when you say basic, the periodic table is basic. Like it's a periodic table of elements. But I get what you mean by basic metals. Metals that for crafting and historical
初心者
value. Well, they all have history and historical value, but basic in the sense of conventional as opposed to basic as in their elements. So sodium is sotorium. Sotorium. All right. Sounds about right.
初心者
Natorium. They're so basic in a posh Californian accent. Natorium. What the heck is natorium? Oh, natorium. Oh.
初心者
The
初心者
初心
the
者
symbol.
初心者
初
Oh,
心者
natrium? Oh, nature. Oh.
初心
Oh, as in like
初心者
nature.
初心者
That's funny. I feel like I want to link a Vsauce
伝説
video or something about the periodic table right now.
伝説
伝説
Like
伝説
伝説
why the periodic table is
伝説
the way it is kind of thing from the perspective of Vsauce or
伝
something.
説
I don't know such a video exists.
伝説
I feel that Vsauce would be
伝説
someone that would have
伝
a
説
伝説
video
伝説
on that.
伝説
Yeah, elements are basic. They're the basic units, right? They're basic units.
初
It's not a periodic table of compounds. Compounds are complex. Insha.
初心者
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 It makes me smile because
初心者
the periodic table have basic metals listed in the periodic table.
初心者
All the metals are the basic elements.
初心者
Metal, the word metal itself
初心者
refers to something that
初心者
isn't basic, which is the humor here, I suppose.
初心者
Maybe it's like a superficial chemistry joke, but when people say metal, they're actually not referring to elements. A lot of times, they're referring to an alloy, which is a compound, a combination of metals.
初心者
I mean, like antimony, which is never pure in nature. Yeah, but the table is a list of elements. You could say what you're saying, in my opinion, is that, oh, hiragana is not a list of kana because kana is never alone in nature. People don't say one kana alone. Or it's usually never alone. But the table itself is a list of elements. It's an information about its pure state. It's the basic element that is comprised of compounds that can be found in compound form in nature. I mean, you could choose to represent the periodic tables in the form of, I guess they show abundance. I'm not sure. Yeah. Oh no, they only show isotope distribution on the periodic table. I don't think they show compound distribution in nature on the periodic table. I would agree with you if they did, though. At least, not that I'm aware of. Although you could argue that isotopes are not they're not basic element, they're not singular elements because isotopes are different. Japan had native words for the elements they could reasonably isolate with 18th century technology and had some value. My dudes, I will be taking your leave. Take care, Dio. Rest well. It's late. Talk to you next time after you're done with exams or finish your school year. It's soon. It's soon. I want to hear about what you end up doing or what you decide to. I know you said a bunch of things, but what you end up actually doing. If you go snowboarding, I would like to know about it. If you go skydiving, I would like to know. I'm kidding. Have a good one. It was an excellent discussion. I'll see you next time.
初心者
初心
初心者
初心初心者
初心
You're
者
making me want to look at a periodic
初心者
table because I haven't
初
seen
心者
a periodic table in a long
初心
time.
者
What's actually on a periodic table? I don't actually know anymore.
で
That's it. I think the last time I looked at a periodic table was when I was in advanced organic chemistry. Actually, I lied. When I was in a lab using a mass time of flight mass spectrophotometer. Pretty sure. A mass spec. I think that was the last time I saw a periodic table. Hmm.
伝説
That's a very long time ago.
伝説
I think that's been 10 years ago now.
伝説
伝説
Oh.
伝説
伝説
伝説伝説
Oh, we can fill these in.
先で
Is it- You want to get a gas chromatograph, but is there upkeep for them? I have no idea. I don't know what a gas
伝説
chromatograph is used for. What is that?
伝説
伝説
Sounds like a smoke detector.
伝説伝説
You get it? Okay, maybe
伝
not.
説
I think that was a bit of a
伝
stretch.
説
伝説
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 You can probably visualize carbon monoxide or something with a gas chromatograph.
伝説
伝説
Identifying organic compounds by light polarization. Yeah, that sounds about right.
伝説
You can see each group. Oh, those things. Oh, yeah, those things. Does it have a vacuum tube in it? Like a glass vacuum tube in it? Maybe like about like I mean the thinner the better, but then you can excite it and polarize it using a light hitting it perpendicularly or causing refraction. I'm really terrible with optics terminology, but
初心者
I'm imagining those like tubes, vacuum tubes, where you put the gas in. Yeah, and those chambers are like really expensive. Yeah. You can get really fun colors, like really awesome colors. And it's a visual spectacle, actually, in a dark room. That's about as deep as I can get into optics.
初心者
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 I wonder what
初心者
I feel like Valentine might have something to say
初
about
心者
visualization of gas.
初心者
初心者初心者
初心者
Oh, my bladder. I've hydrated too much.
初
Insha. If you wanted to work at Area 51, I tell my younger self to go into optics. Yeah?
初心者
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 初心
初心者
初心者
Tell my younger self. That's an interesting sentiment. Tell my younger self.
伝説
伝説
My younger self thought that there must be something more convenient than TeamSpeak.
伝
And
説
little did I know,
伝説
Discord ended up becoming a thing, which is
伝
impressive.
説
伝説伝説
I was into software engineering
伝説
before I chose science
伝説
or biological sciences.
伝
Actually,
説
I kind of chose chemical sciences
伝説
first before I decided to pivot to biology for a very specific reason. All right, that's good enough. I have to go to the bathrooms. There's some wild stuff there, like a shadow projected on a sphere. Lunar eclipse travels at infinite speed at the edges. How does one find out information on things that are in Area 51? That like some sort of theory crafting or something? I didn't realize that projects and stuff in a government, in a government facility is public knowledge. Especially a government facility of that nature.
試合
Shiai. Okay. Wait.
試合勝つ
Katsu. Oh, win. There it is. Katsu. And we have Mokeru as well to lose. Katsu. Every light ray is at the speed of light, but the shadow speed at the limit is in infinity. That's interesting. Don't know how. Infinity, huh? Kachimasu. Oh, katsu. Kachimasu.
勝ちます
Yep,
負ける
makeru.
負ける負ける負けなかった
I think I'm gonna have to write katsu because we might not have it. Oops. Write it on our notes. Katsu. Top 10 anime words? I bet. This is a unit on video games, so that's why. They also decided to make Zeruda a character name for their context. Make. Make nakatta.
負けなかった
Make nakatta. Make nakatta. Yeah, sponsored content. I know. I told myself if I don't see Sonic on this list, I'm totally sponsored by Nintendo.
彼女はギターが得意だ。
Guitar ga. Oh, for a moment there, I thought they were going to say Guitar Hero or something. 彼女はギターがね
彼女はギターが得意だ。
得意だ。Do I already have this listed? No, I don't. Oh, this is the one that I still. Oh, no. Yes. Actually. 得意だ。
得意。
Right. I'm not sure if this is gonna be. I'm just gonna. Oh no, wait, that's da as in. No, this will be available. 得意だ。おライフ。おライフ。Triforce. Oh, Triforce. Okay. The weird way they spell Triforce. Triforce.
妹はこのゲームが得意だ
妹。
妹
妹は
ゲーム
ゲームね。
妹はこのゲームが得意だ。
このゲーム。ゲーム
はが
得意だ。
得だ。妹はこのゲームが得意だ。
得意だ。No, I don't need to. Also, Sonic is a hedgehog. Hedgehog. Oh my gosh. And not a Harinezumi. Oh, is that how you say hedgehog? Hedgehog.
このボスのレベルは高すぎる。
このボスのレベル。level. Oh no, there's so many katakana in this. I think I've missed a couple already. I should have wrote them down because they're not going to be reviewed.
このボスのレベルは高すぎる。
Oh man, that's kind of hard. レベル。Gosh. レベルは What?
このボスのレベルは高すぎる。
高すぎる。Oh, ooh. That's a good way to use すぎる。すぎる。Ah. So you can use it with adjective. That way. This boss level is too high. This boss's level is too high.
私たちのチームは負けました。
Also, it's a spiked rat. That's very appropriate. A spiked rat. 私たちのチームは負けました。負けました。
彼らのチームは試合に負けましたか？
試合に負けましたか？彼らのチームは試合に負けましたか？
日本のチームは試合に勝ちました。
勝ちました。日本のチームは試合に勝ちました。
得意。
どちらのねWait.
ケーキ
Oops.
チーム
チームの
どちら
どちらが we have Tatsu, right? So 合っていますか？
か
Oh no, 合ってい
ています か
Yeah, so they went with team is win. Oh! Oh, whoops. Yeah, I didn't reverse it. I reversed the order. Whoops. This boss is okay.
この
この
ボス
ボス
は
このボスの
レベル
レベル
は
は高すぎる。
すぎる
Her Japanese level is still low. Yikes. Okay.
彼、
I mean, his Japanese level is still low. I didn't. Oh, they didn't use like proficiency or anything. Just level. Just went with level.
の、
Wait. Hold up. Are we doing a no chain? Are you gonna let me do a no chain?彼の日本語の
レベル
Yeah, レベル
は、
は low, so 広い
低い、
I mean 低い sorry 低い低いですまだ低いです
です。
Which team is winning? How did I screw this up? Oh yeah
のチーム
どちらのチームチームねが勝っていますか
勝っていますか
Okay.
苦手
苦手 Hand? It's a draw. Nigate looks like a draw. Well, we'll see.
Nigate
Probably
Nigate.
not, but that would be my
料
guess.
理は苦手だ
Oh no, it's not. Something with hand. Read, yes. Cooking? No. Bad? What? Okay. Hold on. There's cooking. Bad? Nigate. Oh, okay. Maybe it's nigate. To opposite of oh, I didn't write that down. Maybe I should write those. Oh, that kind of makes sense because of how what? And what was the one? You oh no. Won't get it again. Something like something like something. I have not been paying attention today. Oh, come on. We know what the kanji looks like, but we don't know what the read is. Oh no. I am bad at cooking. Okay.
料理は苦手だ
Nigate. Okay. 苦手だ。
彼女はゲームが苦手だ。
え
彼女はゲーム
あ
苦手ゲームがだ。
Out of games. 苦手だ。
じゃんけんをしましょう。
じゃんけんをしましょう。I guess I'll write a note about じゃんけん as well since it's ひらがな。Okay. I wonder why it's rock, paper, scissors and not scissors, paper, rock or paper, rock, scissors.
じゃんけんぽん。
じゃんけんphone. Oh. I guess that's just rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Oh, hey. We got 2 bots today. Not just 1, 2 bots. Neat. Okay. I don't know about pwn, but let's write that. Yeah.
ポン。
Pwn.
田中先生は最初に来ました。
最初に来ました。最初 sounds familiar. First? 田中先生は最初に来ました。Came first.
最初に。
So I'm getting.
最初に。
I'm kidding. Okay, so that's related to what is it? 初心者 is related to that, and then we have 最 or most,
最
high
初に。
degree. So the first, the beginning. Interesting. Konnichiwa, Chen. How are you? So we have a connection between 最初 and 初心者. Convenient, very convenient. And then we have a tether to Chinese for 最初.
パーはグーに勝つ。
パはグー what に勝つ。パはグーに。So I'm guessing goo is
Goo.
rock. Alright. Oh my gosh, what's happening? Sorry, I accidentally muted myself. They're talking about playing Janken. Janken.
チョキはパーに勝つ。
Oh my gosh, Choki. What the heck? Choki wa pani. Joki. Probably scissors. Joke. Joki wa. Got it. Kind of sounds like joke. Choki wa pa ni katsu. All right. Scissors beats paper. I just found out the name for rock, paper, scissors. Yeah. Yanken. I heard it once. I heard it every once in a while in like anime when they're like, you know, like those comical scenes. Actually, no, there wasn't a rock, paper, scissors scene in Dan Dan Dan. But, you know, the like two people square up, you know how their faces like slam each other. You know how like you have one face, you have one face, and then electricity, right? Electricity, and then suddenly in the next frame, they like bounce to the side and bounce to the side, and then two people, like, you know, two people standing here, and then have their hands out. They're like, "Yeah, I'm ready to go." Janken. You know, Janken Pon. Right? And then one loses, and then like devastation colors, and then one wins fire colors. Yeah, Janken Bone. That's what I remembered. Anime.
チョキはグーに負ける。
By the way, this the unit theme for this is games. So we learn how to call someone a noob. Kidding though. Kidding. You didn't know there were different names for rock paper scissors. The boon part they ascribe to shoot. So I'm guessing that's just the whole phrase. I'm guessing rock paper scissors is the whole phrase, like Janken Boon. Right, when they say Janken Boon, it's I guess I can see why they say rock paper. Yeah, you shoot. Yeah, so it's rock paper scissors. Scissors shoot. So Janken Boon. Yeah.
チョキはグーに負ける。チョキ
Choki. Choki
は
は
グー。
goo. Wait,
チョキはグーに負ける。
makeru. Oh, Choki wa goo. Oh,
に負ける。チョキはグーに負ける。
ni makeru. Oh, that's interesting. Ni makeru.
グーはパーに負ける。
Just novice and beginner. The noob thing is a little exaggeration. It's sha. We were given sha. Oh no, shoshinsha. Shoshinsha. I would tell you what it is, but I haven't written it yet. Might come up again.
グーはパーに負ける。
Ooh, pa ni makeru. So Rock loses to paper.
最初
Aisho.
最初
Aisho first. I'm looking at my notes. Let's see. Katsu.
勝つ
Katsu. Densetsu.
伝説
Densetsu.
最初
Aisho. Oh, all the Shashinko terms are being covered now. Funny enough. Aisho. Shiai.
試合
Shiai. Nigate.
苦手
Nigate. Here it is.
じゃんけん
Janken
ポン
pon. Oh, I said boon. I meant to say pon. Now that I think about it. Pon. My bad. I gotta remember it's kind of like point. Pon. Not pon. Pon. Watch the game from the beginning. Okay. Interesting. Watch the game from the beginning. So beginning we have 最初
最初
最初から
から
ゲーム
ゲーム
ゲームを見て
見て
見て見て Oh, I watched the game from huh
いたい
There's something else they want. Maybe they were wanting you to use iteta. So miru 一段そう見てだったI feel like this works too. What it would見ていた Oh yeah, that's fair. 見ていた Oh, game will. Oh, okay. Even that game will. Oh, okay. Yeah, game will. Game will. Oh, so they put. 最初から見ていた Because you only watch it once. That's fine. I should really get used to that. Excuse me? Oh. Wait. Oh.
グ
Ooh. Oh, no,
Ooh.
no. I read that totally wrong. I totally read that incorrectly.
ーグ は
は
初期
チョキに勝つ。
かつ
Wow. This is a weird unit. That was it. Okay. Did I screw this up?
の
どちらのチーム Did you thought scissor beats rock? No, I thought it just said rock, paper, scissors, and I was looking for Jonkin. It's a little bit more of a misread than anything. It said rock beats scissors, but the only thing that's missing is paper. So I skipped over and wrote. I read rock, paper, scissors, because there was three words, but I skipped the middle word. It's like, oh, it's rock, paper, scissors. And I'm like, oh no, that's rock beats scissors. I was doing the autofill. English do be doing that sometimes. どちらのチームチームが勝っています。勝っていますか？
勝ってい
ま
ますか？
負ける。
負ける
負ける。
勝つ
Oh, this is it. Oh, 得意. Oh boy. Oh boy.
得意
得意.試合
試合
負けます. Ah,
伝説
伝説. 負けますね.
負けま弟はまだゲーム初心者です
So what did you do for the day, Turn? What are you occupying yourself with? I digressed for like 3 hours. Talked about stuff. We talked about learning again. 妹はな妹。弟はまだゲーム there it is. ゲーム初心者。初心者です。This one.
初心者
初心者. Yeah, not really new, but really still new. 初心者. You only know Puro. Oh, yeah. Oh, you know what? That's interesting. They didn't put in Puro. We know Puro, but they didn't add Puro, even though they went ham on katakana this time in this unit. Interesting. Instead, we learn how to call someone a noob.
ゼルダはボスを倒しました。
セルダね。
ゼルダはボスを倒しました。
Oh yeah, Zeruda is the name. Right, Zeruda. Yes, that Zeruda. I'm just kidding. Zeruda doesn't do any. Oh, actually, that's very topical. Now she does. Especially with the topical of, yeah, Zeruda. That Zeruda. With the topical release of the recent... this lesson existed well before the Zelda game was released, but Zeruda kind of indirectly kicks butt, right? But this is just a person's name. Zeruda wa boso nagashimashita?
ゼルダはボスを倒しました。
Oh, 倒しました。yeah, 倒しました。
倒しました。
No, that's the only that's it. This is it. It wasn't too big of a lesson. We spent more time like talking about stuff before the lesson. The lesson was quite short. Yeah. We learned how to say get good. No, I'm just saying. Being good and bad at a video game. Apparently everything about rock, paper, scissors. Winning, losing, Zeruda for whatever reason, and then Bosu. Oh, and Reberu, and that's it. Feels bad. Yeah, they leaned in on katakana. It's different. It's different. I do have to admit. Like, I was expecting like a wall of kanji again, but nope. They really reeled it back. Really reeled it back this time. Okay.
初心者ですから、私のレベルはまだ低いです。
And they use hikui. Oh, what could you so they use taka and hikui. Oh, okay. I get why they included hikui. To contrast, leberu for taka, like taka sugiru. They pigeonhole taka and sugiru, and then hikui. If I remember correctly, jozu is praise someone and is saying yourself is good. Yeah, I think that's the impression I got too. Tokui is like I'm tokui. It's like you're jozu. That yeah, I get the same impression. Exactly. Yeah. So that means that I have very, very hard time remembering Tokui. Although, I've already forgotten what the other one is. Nagate? Yeah, nagate. Nagate. Or bad. I'm bad. No. It's not nagate. It's something else. Yogate? Something gate. I don't remember the first read. He'll come back. That's a new word. Or a word that I don't use very often. Not too common.
初心者ですから、私のレベルはまだ低いです。初心者
What?
初心者ですから、私のレベルはまだ低いです。
初心者
から私初心者ですから、私のレベルはまだ低いです。
Oh,
です。
wait.
初心者ですから、私のレベルはまだ低いです。
Oh, okay. Oh, interesting. Yeah, we haven't used this grammar structure in a bit. 初心者ですから、私はまだ、私は、oh wait, 私の
レベル
はまだ低いです。
低いです。初心者ですから、私のレベルはまだ低いです。
I am a beginner. I am a beginner. My level is still low. Because my level is low because I'm still a beginner. Fair enough. Okay. Sorry, a little bit tired.
私はゲーム初心者です。
私はゲーム初心者です。I am a video game noob.
彼の日本語のレベルはまだ低いです。彼の
日本語
レベルは
日本語レベルはまだ低いです。No.
彼の日本語のレベルはまだ低いです。
このボスのレベルは高すぎる。
このボスのレベルは高すぎる。
初心者です。
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 Yeah, not much in this unit. Are we 301? Across 300. I mean, there's a lot of new characters though. For such a short unit, there's a lot of new characters. The weird feeling about new kanji characters is like I've seen the characters before. Now we just gotta attach new meaning to them. Because of Chinese. Okay. Kui.
得意
Kui. Like this is the.
得意
得意
得意得意
得意
Will you say your Chinese is better than your Japanese or the other way around?
得意
It's kind of a
Tokui.
cheat, but
得意
I feel out grammar for Chinese since the beginning, so I don't that engagement is higher
Tokui.
at a deeper level very early on up till now. So
得意
in terms of how flexible
得意
Chinese is,
得意
I'm quite literally texting someone in Chinese
得意
as we speak on a daily basis. Let's talk about it. So, in a way, when we're talking about performance, Chinese is probably leaps and bounds better than Japanese. Not that my vocabulary is bigger though. So when it comes to like better in the sense of using it, I have a lot more prominent reasons to use. Like there are a lot of social cues, baked in social cues to use Chinese. Japanese, my vocabulary is way bigger in Japanese. Like astoundingly bigger, at least 3 times bigger than Chinese. However, in terms of using it, not so much. Not so much. It'll come with time though. Also 3 times more characters in Chinese. So almost quite unequivocally, disproportionately, the characters in Chinese are new where they're not often new from the Japanese side of things, and then every time we get a new kanji, it's already have some context in Chinese. And then I use that as a leaping point to engage myself. So finding out if they're different or the same is like the joy. It's one of the wonderful things that I can do. Yeah, like this is 是 and I. 是 and I. And then you get 試合
試合中
So most likely onyomi.
試合中
試合中
Shiaichu. Middle of a game.
試合
試合
And then 中, right? 是台中 是台中. I really like remembering
Shiai.
things. Like what I mean is remembering things based on sound. So whenever someone came up to me and said like, oh, pictorially, these are not really good for sound. It's all about the meaning. That's their primary focus. Someone actually said this and I was like, yeah, I can understand that. I'm very sound forward. So when someone says, oh yeah, but there's no way you're going to remember all those characters and those sounds, like it's okay. Like I'm not trying to, but they kind of stick with you a lot of times. It's kind of nice. 試合 Like this is 是
試合
是
試合
試合
I just memorize until I reach my limit to not overwhelm yourself. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Wherever that is,
試合中
I haven't reached a cap yet, so it's kind of nice.
試合中
I stop when my
試合
stamina, my physical stamina isn't concerned. So
試合
some of the more recent days have been I've been scaling back a little because my physical health is not doing so
試
high.
合
This happens. I know myself well enough to know that I have a problem. I must moderate before my memory gives out. Usually my physical health kind of during a game. Okay. That makes sense.
試合中。
試合、
試合中
試合中。
試合、
試合。
I'm getting very close to the
Yikes.
next chapter in language learning, so
試合中。
that's going to be
試
awesome.
合中。
You're just happy that you're learning traditional Chinese via Japanese? True.
試合中
True.
試合。
Although I do have to admit, when I've been typing, like I've been texting. So I'm actually getting texting
試合中、
work now with my pinyin, right? I'm using a pinyin keyboard as opposed to like the shortcut style thing. I'm getting a little pinyin in, but lots of modern tech also do like readouts and conversions and things, and then you can learn that way too, especially when you're like texting people, like especially modern smartphones. They tend to have like 3 reads on side, so you can pick that up whenever you enter a conversation with someone. It's like, oh, okay, that's a traditional character. Oh, I see. And over time, it just keeps matching up. So like they're read right on top of each other, like furigana, right? So traditional and simplified tends to be reading like kanji and furigana. So where it's kind of like a substacked type of thing. So I got really used to reading on top of each other. Not pinyin though. Pinyin doesn't line up very well. Goes without saying. And furigana is kind of like a little bit off adjacent. So, but simplified and traditional stacks on top of each other quite a lot. Like the person I'm talking to, it's not quite clear if they prefer traditional or simplified. Pretty cool.
負ける、
負ける、
On the Chinese side of things, I'm going to start interacting with Chinese differently soon.
負ける。
So
負ける
it will be the
負ける。
prototype.
負ける。
It'll be the prototypic experiment for Japanese later on.
負ける。
Furigana helps you like when I sight read song lyrics. I agree. Holy
負
heck,
ける
does it help?
負ける、
The
Market.
alternative, like it's to me, it's kind of like in English when I'm listening to a lyric, I have to like slow it down, right? I have to like crank it down. But if I had furigana, it's like, oh yeah, lay it on me, that kind of thing.
負ける。
Unfortunately for English, there's no like second channel.
負ける
Somehow I'm bad at sight read romanization because all letters just come together. Dude, if Romaji is not spaced out,
負け
which
る。
Churn Dust came back when Dust first typed Nomaji, it was spaced out, and I was like, oh, that reads so well. And then I realized when I looked at other things,
Makeru.
like that doesn't read well because there's a little spacing. I'm like, oh no, the bane of not having a hybrid writing system. Oh, I forgot to mention that to Theo. One of the other things about the hybrid writing system that Japanese have is because things don't feel like it runs all together because there's no spacing. Well, there's occasional spacing, but not all the time. You know, the vast majority had no spacing. So the hybrid writing system takes advantage of the compression from the lack of spacing. Someone asked me, because they're kind of curious of starting Japanese, but right now they're just filling it out, and they were talking about explaining hiragana, katakana, and kanji, right? And I was talking about the general things that will stick out first in experience, in the first couple months of experience. And I think the writing system in a sentence, it's very elegant, and one of them is spacing. Like at some point you don't miss the spacing, like the Roman characteristic of spacing. Like, yeah, it's all come together, but you see the spaces. It's there. Don't you see it? Look, there's a space here too. You know, there's todo and keru. Don't you see the spacing? You just like point at it. It's like, don't you see it? It's right there. I'm obviously over exaggerating. But... And then now you don't see the spacing. Makeru. uh
負ける
I started lining. Sorry, I don't see it. Maybe because I'm used to seeing Chinese, so I got used to seeing Japanese. Oh, that's a fair point. That's a fair point.
届ける
Okay. I even use this the hybrid system, like this writing system helps me get into a pattern. Some might even say a pitch accent pattern. And I'm not saying it's right or not. It's what I'm saying is it helps me normalize where I'm pitching myself because of the way it's written as well. Everything's like kind of like normalized to the hybrid writing system.
涼しい届ける
Yeah, todokeru. I'm imagining where the break is in terms of the things. It doesn't work all the time, obviously. But it's kind of interesting how you can find it when it's convenient and when it's not. Makeru. 見ます。
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 負ける届ける
うん借りる
借りる
借りる起きる
起きる
届ける
届ける届ける
負ける
届ける
You know what's in what I'm having a fun time realizing? When you have I oftentimes I'm under the impression that there's a huge cultural gap in the way when someone so hear me out here. I imagine in the future when I speak Japanese, it will have some semblance of like the cultural norms that I'm bringing to the game, right? Like I want like it's no like I don't necessarily have the desire to want to behave and sound like Japanese. I kind of want to sound like a multicultural person who speaks Japanese, right? So in a way, I want to be able to know when I'm speaking like in a culturally appropriate way when it's appropriate, but then when someone wants to hear my candidness, they can also hear my American inspiration and my Chinese inspiration involved in Japanese, right? However, these couple days when speaking to like Dusk and stuff, it's pretty interesting that someone who says they spent 2 months in the United States, when they use their English, it's hard to distinguish. It's hard to distinguish where the Japanese is and where the Japanese ends and where the English starts, because it makes it feel like with their command of the English language, right? You can grab the essence like, oh, that sounds very American, like the way you type, right? Obviously, a lot of times we're always talking about hearing and speaking. Hearing and speaking is a complexity in its own that gives away someone's mannerisms and whatnot. However, when you boil it down to texting, it's impressive, or a little bit, maybe even underwhelming to me, how when you boil it down to texting, you know, like so much of it, the conciseness of learning a language through its written components, one find it incredibly difficult to actually discern without, like when you're exchanging pleasantries, to discern whether this person is, oh yeah, that sounds like something an American would type. Now, with that said, there's obviously things that gives away a language learner versus like a native Japanese, like greeting a stranger with "O genki desu ka," right? "O genki desu ka," or something like that. But those things are still far in between when it comes to like other things. Like the person I was talking to for a while, like, oh yeah, that's interesting. I don't like see it as, oh man, that English sounds very odd or something like that. When you start speaking to people, though, like my parents and stuff, it's like you have other audio cues and lots of more like several layers of ways to give away someone's tell. But man, texting, it's very difficult. And even then, we have to consider the advent of like Google Translate and like other aided technologies and whatnot. It's very difficult. And in my opinion, here's a hot take. I'm not saying that's fun. I actually find that a little underwhelming. I like that. I like the idea of people typing English in a different way or expressing English in a written form in a different way because their cultural background is different. I actually quite love that. Yes, it makes talking slower and there might be misunderstandings, but then there's room to share interesting things. Might be my personal bias, but I think a mentality like that is why I like language learning and interacting with language learners. I don't think hear me out here, I don't think the vast majority of language learners like that aspect. And personally, I think a lot of times language learners think that's what natives are detracted from. As in, like, if you do not adhere to something, it can be incredibly offensive and, you know, you can do the wrong thing and worst nightmare, you know, spin your own worst case scenario. But most of the time, I feel like it's a joy to see someone speak a particular language that you don't think is very widespread. And then I still feel like, though, I might be the oddball out here being born like in a situation of cross-cultural things. I like that when someone it's so fascinating when someone speaks English differently or speaks like you know, whatever language, but it's different because you can hear the history, you can feel and read the idiosyncrasies in the person. And I don't have enough command of the Japanese language to really understand that. However, I think my English proficiency is really hyper focused on the nuances, and the nuances are actually quite lost when someone gets really good at English. It's almost underwhelming. Like, I don't feel the same way. Like, I don't feel the same satisfaction and impression by someone who has a perfect American accent or like a perfect American diction. Not that not that I'm trying to downplay how hard it is to do that as a secondary language, right? It's from a personal bias, it's not as interesting. Like, it's less interesting when someone wants to sound native like an American when they're not. And hear me out here. I know that people like that, as in they like to be a sense of belonging, like they want to be American, and they certainly are. I'll acknowledge that. But I think what makes it beautiful is they're both an American and whatever else they are. And that makes, for lack of a better word, what I think American is. That might not be shared by other people from other countries. For me, what an American is, oftentimes it's something closer to me, which is the idea that, yeah, sure, you can sound like an American. You can choose to speak like one normally. However, I can also imbue it with things that are not American. My Chinese parents. So when I talk about stories about English and my relationship with English, it comes with the context of Chinese. It comes with the context of Fujianese. Trying to be angry at yourself and saying it's not you don't master something because you don't blend in sounds like something that I don't resonate with very often. I love the beauty of a Japanese person speaking Japanese English. Like, so the English language, I know it for all of its crazy complexities or like changes of rule violators or something like that. I don't have trouble understanding a Japanese person speaking English in a Japanese structure. Like that's fine. That's actually really fun that I'm able to do that. Not for everyone, I understand, but you know, occasionally there'll be turn of phrases. It's like, hey, you sound like Yoda sometimes. That's cool. Like I like that. And then time and place for that, I suppose. So, this is something that I've come to realize that I have not realized for my own personal preference, largely due to not being able to interact with people who are usually multilingual. Some Japanese streamer was wondering how to spell kangaroo and koala, and I started thinking about non-European, non-written words that are just accepted, and immediately landed on chocolate. Oh yeah, chocolate. Don't get me started on chocolate. To this day, my parents still says that. Chocolato? Is that which one is that? Is that the original word? European never had chocolate. Oh, really? The word. Interesting. Oh, I thought that was a... Yeah, it's some in... Oh, wow. I didn't even realize that wasn't... Oh. Huh.
届ける届ける
I had no idea it wasn't a European word. I kind of just felt like it was French or something. Sorry, French people. It sounded fancy. Chocolate sounds like a Americanized pronunciation of something fancy.
来ます
Sorry to perpetuate the stereotype, I suppose, to any fellow Americans out there. I find that quite humbling. Nahuatl. Oh, Nahuatl, like Quetzalcoatl kind of thing. The waddle. Oh, I see. Where you get the Mesoamerican. Yeah, like the god ending, right? Quetzalcoatl comes up a couple times in my Spanish studies, and Final Fantasy. Europe never had cacao beans. Oh, fair enough.
来ます
Must. 借りる
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 起きる負ける
負ける
届ける
It's how do I end this? How do I end the thought that I had? It's incredibly flattering to meet people who want to be like you, right? However, I don't think it's kind of a double standard in the terms of, for myself personally, as someone who is born and raised in the United States by Chinese parents. Statistically, I don't expect people to want to be like me or is potentially like me because I'm in the vast minority, right? So the perspective and mindset is so different. The idea is you spend most of your life embracing people who are different from you, as in they make your society richer because it's a mosaic. It's viewed as a mosaic. However, on the flip side, those who are raised in a monocultural dominant, even in the United States, if you're in an environment that you're surrounded by everyone who's similar to you, the aspect is that behaviorally you are conditioned to also feel that to qualify yourself to belong, you must also act the part, right? So oftentimes the difference between a substantial number of language learners and myself is the idea that they want to be Japanese. They want to be Japanese-like in every sense of the phrase. Otherwise, their goal is not substantial. And meanwhile, I learned Japanese because I love Japanese. It enriches my life. My life. It enriches my life. I don't want to be part of their life. I wanted to breathe life and share my part to it. So it's more of a exchange than a assimilation, right? And I can definitely feel that I'm very detached from people in this very specific case. Like emotionally, I'm very detached. The desperation and the frustration and the constant like self-cynicism and self-defeating attitude comes from the idea of yearning to be something that you're not. And that comes from my Chinese background. Like you are simply not what you want to become. However, from an Americanized perspective, if you believe it hard enough and try it hard enough, it becomes true. That's a conflict of interest between my Western values and my Eastern values. In the sense of like the pragmatic Chinese outlook, you are not Japanese. You are not born Japanese. However, you can most certainly speak Japanese well and celebrate the idea that you are someone who is of a different culture, but also love another culture and embrace that culture. I almost feel like in the same vein, that's one of the harsher, depending on your mindset, I'm speaking for the people who desire to be considered Japanese. It's a harsher reality when I feel the Japanese culture, when it comes to identity, is closer to the Chinese culture, right? And those who are incredibly successful live well in harmony with another culture, like Japan and maybe even China, is the realization that you are all of the above, not something you are not. And I hope that didn't come off as like a defeatist moment. I think it's a celebratory moment. It's so palpable, and I almost sound, dare I say, American. An American perspective is that you can be all of the above. You can be an American that speaks Japanese and understand Japanese culture to some extent, right? To an extent that best satisfy you and the people you interact with. Not necessarily becoming something you are not. And I don't know.
まける
Like I could spend my entire life pretending, I can, not really pretending, but I can spend my entire life trying to convince myself I'm Chinese. That's a whole different story. And my parents and I, we smile about it. Like I'm American, born and raised American. And my parents impart me with as much value as possible from their Chinese heritage, from their lives. But I strictly am not Chinese, right? It's being comfortable with the reality of the case.
来ます
It will certainly not stop my enthusiasm for trying to learn more about Chinese culture, and by extension also Japanese culture. I treat that to the same extent. I think learning about other cultures is the gateway to feeling like the world is so big you don't have enough time in your life to explore it, right? But you can most certainly continue to enjoy whatever you choose to explore.
来ます
始まる
始まる
届ける
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 負ける
借りる。
借りる
How do I have super? Someone gifted me super. That's probably what happened. I have some weird goofballs gifting supers. It's kind of weird. Like it's like an Osu, like an Os moment, like Osu How thing. I noticed that my heart changed to a super heart. So someone must have had like 3 days or 7 days free family plan, and they need to invite someone. So it happened to land on me or something. Weird. I mean, I really appreciate it. However, I don't use the functionality that comes with super, but it's nice. I like how the system works. Like how I didn't realize that's how Duolingo super subscribers like spread. So apparently in Duolingo, those who consistently subscribe also are given incentives to like, oh, here's 3 days or 7 days, go invite someone, right? So that's how they spread it. And that kind of reminds me of the way like video games do that too, where they're like, oh, hey, if you have someone, here's a 7-day pass subscription trial. So like I imagine, I don't even know if Blizzard does this. They probably do. Or like Final Fantasy 14, that kind of thing. It's a way to like, oh, hey, you know, get them to try it, that kind of thing. So they have like family and friends. I mean, I appreciate it. I have no idea who they are though.
とど
届ける。
ける
届ける. This happens a lot. This is what I mean by the luck factor, I suppose. Some people say like, I think Cozy and I are a little bit on different ends of this, where, yeah, do you choose to trust the, you know, the whole like, there are bad actors and good actors. When I refer to luck, I mean this type of thing, where I try to do my best. Ad block. Sorry. I try to do the best I can, and in the biggest sphere I can, and then sometimes you get lucky and people just want to be goobers. I am very, very stubborn. If someone asks me, can I give you something, right? I would say no. I would probably refuse it. And not in the sense of, oh, I don't need this, or like, I'm not grateful. It's more like, go find someone. Go find someone and recruit them to the fold. Like, make a friend that'll be there, right? Go out, because obviously I'm not a person that can be, right? So that's usually what I would say. If you have time to help someone that can be with you. Help someone build a relationship with someone that can be there, right? I know how this sounds, but parasocial relationships are not the. I don't want people to fully rely on parasocial relationships, or maybe even tenuous relationships with someone who could possibly be gone the next day, right? It's actually very devastating. The individuals who have problems with trust and whatnot may be born out of circumstance, may be conditioned out of circumstances like that, where someone would suddenly ghost you one day, but it's nothing personal. And that has become a regular thing online, largely due to the nature that whoever wants to do these kind of things are typically in a privileged position, and those privileged positions push them to promote an image that they're very more than human. And I don't want to give that impression. I am definitely not more than human. I will fail. Like, I will fail people. So the last thing I want is someone who gets really, really upset and disappointed with me because I gave them the image that I'm like this infallible person who would never like fail to show up to something. One day I'm gonna get sick, one day I'm gonna grow old. One day I'm gonna be stressed out, and one day I'm gonna stop streaming. So, it sounds so trivial. However, you start somewhere, right? The person you fall in love with could start with a cup of coffee. The person your best friends could be arguing over a dropped quarter at a cafe or something. It is still possible to gamble on someone like on the interwebs. However, I would say in a more intimate situation, like a meet and greet in a Discord or something, your percentage goes exponentially higher because that person isn't already committed to using all their time for something. And I definitely emphasize that all the time. Like, I try my best to not create dependency, right? Dependency like, oh, I'll give you something if you give me something. I'll follow you if you follow me. Those type of things create dependency. And dependency and expectation in this type of behavioral setting is very tenuous. It's incredibly tenuous. And it can lead to maybe some unnecessary depiction or an unnecessary relationship with taking chances on strangers. I'll continue taking chances on strangers, of course, with the continuous speech about making sure that you have someone dependable in your life. A person who's doing this type of thing is not dependable, like in that sense. It might be dependable in terms of content, but content is not individualized, right?
起きる
Okiru. That person may not always be there to say, hey, how's it going? I notice you were absent the last couple of days. I hope you're doing well. You can definitely try to the best of your ability.
起きる
Okiru.
届ける
Dokeru.
負ける
ゆ
欲しい
Hoshi.
来ます
Must. Really appreciate though. You know? Ah! I typed mekeru. Or just be a broken sociopath like me who everyone thinks is dead until they see my name on a mailing desk. I hope that's not the case, Hideyoshi. I hope you're joking about that. What about your parents and stuff? There's gotta be someone, right? I hope you're not. I hope you're exaggerating. There's gotta be someone who starts noticing your absence and whatnot. Maybe some of your behavioral patterns. At least, it would it would mitigate some concern from me, anyways, if you had at least one or two people who may possibly notice. Don't tell anyone anything. It's time to find that special person, Hideyoshi. Well, I hope you change your mind, maybe. Was hospitalized a few months ago. And you didn't have anyone checking up on you. This is where we're going. You just played it completely cool. Do you not want anyone close to you? I'm sorry if this is a little personal, but maybe you'll change your mind someday, Hideyoshi. Maybe someone will come along and change your mind. It is both scary and a double-edged sword, but perhaps someone will change your mind one day. All right, so 15 minutes up. Oh, it's new vocab day, right? So we gotta write our mnemonics. The heck is our mnemonics? Not much to say. We have it's pretty straightforward today. No grammar. Yeah, we have no grammar points. So, I hope you're okay. You said you were hospitalized a few months ago. Hope everything's okay. What is this? Densetsu. So Densetsu is legend. Thought it was an abdominal aneurysm. How did you manage to have that happen? 170/90? That's alarming. I'm glad to hear you're okay. Is your blood pressure normalized as well? CT revealed nothing. Interesting. You guess? A heightened BP. You don't happen to experience panic attacks, do you? Like a sudden surge in blood pressure from something if CT revealed nothing. It isn't like a manic episode or something, right? This might be a little bit might be bordering on, obviously this is not medical advice or anything, just curious. You've had like persistent digestive problem. I see. The wonders of getting older, I suppose. Well, hopefully you do all right. I'm not at like stroke level anymore. Ah, okay. So you don't even have an answer to why your elevated blood pressure. Your working theory with so much being negative is that it's some neurological damage from something like Lyme. Intriguing. Well, stay healthy. You have a what you call those? Wearable monitors of any sort, like wearable fitness tech. Maybe like something to detect sun spikes in blood pressure. Perhaps you can narrow down when your blood pressure suddenly spikes. Wearable tech. I'm pointing to my wrist because I'm thinking of like a smartwatch or something. I obviously don't have one. It's something that I thought about getting my parents. Upper endoscopy negative. X-ray barium series negative. Huh. Even abdominal CT, right? And bacterial gas tested. Blood is fine enough. Oh, starting to lean towards a psychological episode. Like a psychological episode. You know? Which I will lean more on like a manic disorder or something, where you got a sudden heightened heart rates and blood pressure. You get waves of severe night sweats. My ass, are you content? Like, how do you rate your days on a Likert scale of 0 to 10? And then maybe compare it between, I think a wearable tech is probably something useful. They can like monitor something throughout the day and see where your spikes are. You're not like morose or anything. Okay. But are you also high functioning during a specific day? Like at night, you suddenly your activity and spike levels go, like you suddenly spike in activity and thoughts in specific points of the day. That could be something informative there, I think. Let's see. So legend. Oh, this is a good contrast. Legend and noob. Yeah. So we can do juxtaposition. A legend and Shoshinsha. Well, I certainly hope that is a one-time thing for some time for your health. Where the heck is Sha? Oh. Down there. The repeated character. Okay. So we got this and this. And we have Chiai. Okay, Chiai can be separate. Chiai. We can link that with Katsu. Katsu and Makeru. Chiai. Doctors are quite quick to dismiss Lyme, and the tests are about 50-50 success rate. I see. When you mean Lyme, do you mean Lyme disease? Like a tick? Like the Lyme disease that's tick-borne? Oh, it's a tick area? Perhaps you should get a second opinion. You have any indicators that you encountered a tick recently? Like in skin inflammation that would indicate some sort of tick bite? You encounter ticks every week, I see. I live in an area that is pretty high in tick encounters. Actually, the weird thing is, I still remember this. I haven't ever seen a tick up to a certain point, right? I haven't ever seen a tick in real life. And the first time I met my best friends, the three of them, right? Did I ever mention my best friends are identical triplets? I remember when I headed off to college, and they talked about ticks as though it's some like normal happening. So a lot of times we would go for a walk, right? We would go for a walk, and sure enough, for whatever odd reason, on multiple occasions, we would be occupying the same space and together, and immediately one of the brothers would like literally comb through their hair like it's a normal thing and then pick out a tick. And one time, like one of them showed me the tick. I'm like, oh, so that's what it looks like. But for whatever reason, I have not, like, a tick has not landed on me, even though we occupied the same space. There are multiple occasions. So perhaps there might be also some sort of chemotactic like preference when it comes to like tick. You know, you have that other person. Now mosquitoes, on the other hand, I'm like a walking target for mosquitoes. And yet my friend, who seems like, if you think about it, likely are closer to mosquitoes most of the time, like are surrounded by mosquitoes. I would come home with like, I would be wearing full like compressed gear, and I would have mosquito bites through my fabric. Like there'd be like several bites everywhere, and my friend would be like clean, completely clean, even though they practically rolled into a bush of mosquitoes or something. So it's kind of like that. Only tick, I haven't actually ever encountered a tick. However, my friends who were like standing next to me and stuff showed me a tick once. Yeah, they're not very fun-looking things, to say the least. Yeah. Oh, I forgot to mention that my best friends, like my brothers from another mother, as I should say, my brothers from another mother, they are identical triplets. So those are one of my best friends in life. So I happen to be friends with that. Yeah, all three of them. Yep, their mannerisms kind of a little separated a little bit on account of significant others, right? Since then, but all the way up to like a little after college, still largely identical. Some of the more advanced Lyme symptoms mimic MS. Oh, okay. Multiple sclerosis. Where you get nervous system shut down? I hope that's not the case. Isn't the incubation period for Lyme disease longer than the period that you indicated? So hopefully you don't have Lyme disease anymore. I imagine Lyme disease has a gestation period for symptoms to show up, and then if they don't show up after a while, then you don't have Lyme disease. Don't quote me on that. It can recur. Oh, okay. I wasn't aware of that. Katsu. Yeah. Oh, also, yeah. Tokui. Oh, I can do it this way. So Katsu. Look at how this character works. I think it's like, yes. So Katsu, and we can put Tokui down here as well. Whoops. That's not it. What is the right side of Tokui? Oh, it's E. Tokui. And then Katsu. And we have Makeru. Makeru. And we're gonna add oh, no, that's not it. It's not Nakate? No. Nigate. Nigate. Which is kind of funny. I think this is the character for Ku. Ku. As in like bitter. I mean, I'd be bitter if I'm bad at something, right? Nah, I'm okay. The problem is a disease can cause literally any symptom, breeds a whole industry of snake oil salesmen. Yeah. Yeah. Certainly. Especially in a time where information is unvetted, not vetted. And then, what was this? This was using... The tallest of things, the first of something. Okay. How do I do this? Saisho. Oh, win. That's associated with katsu. Saisho. Sai. The heck was show? Oh. Oh, right. Right, that's our connection with Shoshinsha. Shoshinsha. Oops. That is not the character. Doxycycline, HCQ, quinine. Just carbon bomb every cell in your body. Treating it like malaria should work. Are you... I hope you're getting medical attention for this. Whatever it is. And not... You know... free balling yourself. Naka. Is this for in the middle of a game? Okay. So we can put Naka here. Right? You free-balled in endoscopy. I'm talking about after all that, okay? Don't... I know it doesn't... You don't strike me as someone who is very high on the trust scale, since you keep people at a distance. I like to think that maybe you have some semblance of trust or willingness to trust in other people's judgments or help. Let's see. We got to incorporate all the vocabulary with rock, paper, scissors. So, Janken and Janken Po. Pon. We got game. To boss out here. Bosu. And then yes, yeah, and leberu. Leberu. What the heck did that mean? Oh no. I don't remember what this means. Oh no. We'll find out. Oh, that's right. Taosu. Taosu. Put Taosu here. Beat. The throw down to KO. Okay. Taosu. There's okay. We have katsu, makeru, reberu. Oh. We can branch from reberu to akai. Akai or hikui. Actually write a note for Sugeru and Hikui or Hiku. Uskeru probably works too. Hui. We have those two, right? Nigate and Tokui. And Janken Pon. Gu or Gu. And Choki. Alright, that's it. That's not a lot of vocabulary. We talked a lot today. Oh, good. Tomorrow will be a little bit shorter. But nice. Casual. Lots of conversations today. Lots of different conversations today. Valentine's. Dusk. Dusk is interesting. It feels like Dusk. I hope Dusk doesn't get hit by anything. Feels like every time Dusk shares something, it's like, oh, you know, I just casually get hit by cars all the time. That's a little weird. I feel like that's very unlucky. And then Churn, of course. Hideyoshi, Cozy somewhere, Blair. All right. Thanks, folks. That's a wrap for Japanese today. New vocab day. It's okay. I actually have a lot of useful things that I would use, like katsu, makeru. Those are review actually from Shoshinko. And then basu and reberu and whatnot. Those are actually a lot of these are review. Tokui, man, Tokui and Nigate might be a little bit tough. Not too bad. Alright folks, thanks for listening. If you're gonna watch this later, arigato gozaimasu. Right. Until next time, until the next lesson. What's today? Still middle of the week. I'll be back tomorrow, right? Until then, oyasumi nasai. Mata ne. Ja ne, minasan. I'm gonna get up, get some glucose, and I'll be back for my Chinese lesson. Thank you. Welcome back, folks. It is day 179. 欢迎大家回来。今天是第179天。Right. All right, folks. We started Unit 6 yesterday. Lots of vocabulary. There is quite a lot of vocabulary. More than the previous unit. More than Unit 5. So let's hop right in. Right? 让我们开始吧。Where do we start? Communication. Oh, yes. Right. It's actually kind of communication at work. To some extent. Okay. So...登绿 Yeah, 登绿 Yeah. Ooh. Oh, that character's rough. Okay, 登绿 登绿 Right, 登绿 Ugh, that one's rough too. 密码 回 发 Oh, wait. Oh, no. No, I think it's this one. It might not be this one. 电测 电测邮电测邮件 短信 信号 信号 Sorry, I had to cough.面试，面试，面试，开会，开会。Whoops. I've got the roof. 开会，开会。这段，这段，这段时间，这段时间，这段。G something G. No. Yeah, G something G. Oh, 根据yeah 根据关于老板老板老板同事 Oops 同事同事谈 wait yes 谈让让让为表现 要线出 business trip 出哦出差出差出差 and we have a group 麻烦麻烦还是忙maybe 忙意 maybe 忙意 oh some of these I have to check or I have to hear again we'll hear it again soon enough 忙意很麻烦 oh wait this one was different. It was a different thing. Oh. Yes. 麻烦决定 决定不决定 promotion oh no wait no that doesn't make sense 决议 oh no wait no 决定 no 决定 is different this is 同意 or agree or not agree 同意 and 决定 is written differently 决 yeah决定 and promotion 相 something 相指 no that's the left of 指 Sheng is Sheng Zhi. And the Zhi part is what gave it away. Okay. I think that's good. Oh wait. There's still something else. Some like adverbial stuff. Where do we go? Here? Or biao? Not biao. Ooh. Dang it. One Yi. Something Ju. Keep forgetting the read on this character. Oh, come to me. We have ooh, Yao, Yao, Yao. Gun chai. Gun chai. No, gun chai. Gun chai. Tai. This tai. And T. T. Qi. Yeah, Qi. Actually, Qi. Qi. Okay. All right. This is the vocabulary. I think this is how we organize it. Yesterday. So unit 5. What was unit 5? Traveling. Anpai. 相关接打车司机拿去 地图 the other way, the other direction. Yeah. 地图 马路 街道 Whoops. 马路过马路小心红绿灯 Okay. 活动 风景 免费 海边表演博物馆美术历史 Okay, that's good enough. That's all of them. Most of them, if not all of them. Chinese, right? A lot smoother. Lots of things to attach to. Kind of flowcharts. All right, let's get into it. Make time, right?
有
Okay. Oh, yeah, we can turn this off now. Well,
有
时差
时差
Oh, I totally forgot about 时差 Okay, I did forget one thing. Jet lag, 时差时差
请
我
接
接
我
我不能
不能
我不能登录。
登录。
我会给你发照片。你我
会
给
给你
发
照片。照片 Oh my gosh, let me look at this. Oh, it's 4-4. Dang it. 照片我会给你发照片。
这个电影是关于什么的？
这个电影是关于什么的？
你要先登录。
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 我不能登录。
我不能登录。取消取消
取消
取消取消电梯
电梯
电梯句子
句子
句子 Oh, dang it, it's the wrong character. Dang it. Alright. I'll have to fix it. Different 字 No crown 字 Okay. 电子邮件
电子邮件
电子邮件咳嗽
咳嗽
咳嗽
我刚才给你发了一个短信。
我刚才 Okay, that's fine. 我刚才给你发了一个 Oh, did I write this? Oh yeah, I did. 一个短信
我刚才给你发了一个短信。
短信短信 What did you just say? What did you just say?
你刚才
说什么？
什么？
你刚才说了什么？
我刚才给你发了电子邮件。
我刚才给你发了电子邮件。电子邮件。Yes.
他会马上回你的电话。
他会马上回你的电话。
他会
马上
回
你的电话。
电话
Don't send me text messages again.
别
别再给我发别再给我发短信
短信。
短信。
我还没有回你的电子邮件，对不起。
我还没有。
没有。
我
没有。
还没有。我还没有回你的电子邮件，对不起。
对不起。
他会马上回你的电话。这个电影这个电影这个电影是关于什么的？
是关于
什么的？What is today's meeting mainly about? 今天的 which meeting? 关于喂 no which one are we using? What? Oh, wait. Oh, I forgot what this is.
根据。
Oh, it's 根据。It's the other. Oh, I think it might be gun. Oh, is it the same gun? Oh, it is the same gun. Or not the same gun, but it's gun. Gun versus gun. Wait. Oh, 回忆. Yeah, that's right. They decided to be using 回忆. There's so many ways to express meeting at the moment. 今天的
会议。
会议
主要。
Oh, it's 主要. Okay, I got the tone wrong as well in the recall. 主要 I thought it was 主要主要关于什么？是关于什么？
是关于什么？
Okay. Okay. I have an extra 15 minutes after this. We'll do some Hanzi practice, right?
Pan.
Oh, that's the wrong tone too. Okay. Alright, I have like 3 tone errors so far. So, 弹主 弹主 What's the other one? Wasn't 有 指 There, where our tones are kind of sketch, making a lot of tone errors.
盘时差
指 I thought it might have been 指 有接
直博直
有
盘
时差。
我们谈了很多事情。
我们谈了很多事情。
担心，
担心。句子 dang it. I shouldn't rush the oohs versus the use. So 句子 gotta slow down. Oh, this one I wasn't sure about. So 信号 Okay, fair enough. 文化咳嗽。
你们刚才在谈什么？你们
刚才你们刚才谈什么？你们刚才在谈什么？
你们刚才在谈什么
？OK， 你们刚才在 Wow, realize that 你们刚才在谈什么？ OK， 下载
公斤厨房
Uh-oh. 是 So Oh no 进去还是是 Oh no 尝试
或者
Oh my gosh. So it was 者 Okay. It's not 者或者 Oh my gosh, that's a total blank. 或者 Okay. My crutch is probably 还是或者 Oh my gosh 或者密码
我忘记了密码。
我忘记了密码。
我这段时间很忙。
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 I can't even hear it.
段
I can't even hear the 段。我这段时间 Wait.
我这段时间很忙。
I can't hear that at all.
我这段时间很忙。
Yeah, I think the voice is tripping on 段。我这段时间很忙。
这里没有信号。
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 Actually 其实 Wait, is it 其实 or 其实 Yeah, 其实 22其实我不爱你的我不爱你了Yeah 我 不爱你了。
过去3个月我在德国工作。
过去3个月我在德国工作。Okay. Okay, fine. I actually still have not read your text message.
我
Actually, actually. Am I drawing a blank? 其实 Guess either way. 我其实还没有没有看你的短信短信I'm busy these days.
这段时间
这段时间
我
这段时间很
忙。
忙。Okay. 过去3个月 Oops. 月我在德国工作。过去3天为什么？过去3天为什么？你不回我的电话。
回我的电话。
All right. A lot of exercise.
主要
Okay, fair enough. 主要
往面
whoops.
面前
往前
往前
主要
往主要
主要 Oh yeah, that was a tone shift on 主 That's why I got them mixed up.
往前
往前
主要
往右
往左
往左 Whoops 往左右边工作主要有名
往后
公斤后天主要
往后
工作
往
主要
哎短信信息
短信
回
往短
短信
短信
短
短啊
短信
accidentally hit enter
短信
呃像是相信 no 相信
相信
哦相信oh no
相信
相信 dang it
相信
wrong tone that's fine
前加
加
短
okay
短
okay check it off 短信
信心短信短学
学到
叫
啊okay I am okay
短信
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 信心
黑游
泳
泳it's the other one 游泳 it's the 泳okay
短信短
it's okay
密码
密码 okay
密码
I like how mama is also mama is one of the choices
密码
mama
密码
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 I don't know how to make this
密码
I'm still having trouble making like this middle radical
密码
密码
decent looking
密码
still working on it
密码
oops
密码
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 oops okay
其实
其实 right 其实
其实
其实 oh it's the right one
其
first
实
actually I have the
其实
stroke order incorrect
其实
it's the one closest to the center first
其实
I did it from the
其
outside
实
其实
其实其实其实
其实其实其实
其实
wait is that really what it means wait what are you trying to tell me Churn Did you do this too? Are you a fan of this over this? Ooh, that kind of throws me off. Are you a righty or a lefty first? I don't know what. I'm gonna have to clarify. Let's see. So I gotta brush up. So, Mima, that's
密
fine.
码
密码
You write that first, then the two dots. Oh. Oh. Okay, so you're just a rebel. I see.
密码
You're just straight up
密
rebel.
码
I see.
密码
I like it.
密码
I like it.
密码
Yeah, I can't make this part look nice. Hold up. Let me try again. No, that's too curvy. Ah! My pen doesn't lift up. That's not... I mean, the longer you stare at it, the more okay it looks. I guess I can extend it a little bit further down. I'm not satisfied with this character.
Mima.
The way I'm writing it currently.
Mima.
Mima.
Yeah.
Mima.
Maybe I'm making it too...
Mima. Mima.
Mima.
其
实其实
其实
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 其实其实其实
Want to know a fun fact? Yeah.
其实
Go right ahead. Oh.
其实
其实
Lay it on me.
断
断断
断
断 Wow, that's sticking
这
up.
段时间
That's a bit erect.
断
This is way more erect than I thought it was going to be.
But
Malaysian Chinese, we don't pronounce the H sounds, so I gotta try and when trying the pinyin if the word have H sound or not. Oh, so like Si one. So when you say like Si one, what about Wang like Huan? So does this just ends up being one as about so Huan? Oh, I thought of a different example. Oh, 十 and 十. Oh, 十 and 十. Oh, interesting. Does that matter? Oh, those things. Oh, okay. I was like, you don't pronounce H's. Ooh, what does C1 is gonna get confusing. But this one, oh, does it matter though? Like, if you don't pronounce it, are there any like complications if you don't? I'm actually kind of curious. Yeah, you just pronounce it like yeah. I got that. I got that impression. Does it create any confusions? Like, I don't actually know. Like, I don't know enough vocabulary to know if you decided to convert all the SHs to like all the like H's into not H's, right? Does it create any confusions? I don't feel like it would. With enough, like, with the context,
But
right? I also don't know, maybe we already got used to it so we don't get confused. Oh, that's a fair point. I don't either.
But
Actually, I don't either because Fujonese actually blunts the shi, like Huan, like most of those actually. Like most of the even the wa. So like the wa, this thing. Like the u is gone too, like this thing. When you're doing like a wa. This wa thing. Like or w, right? Or like this. Like the w in here too. They disappear. But I don't say bo. Bo is weird. Like what I mean is when I'm I'm actively not trying to do that. Like lao po, right? Lao po instead of lao po. Lao po. Lao po sounds weird. There's no lao po. What is lao po? I don't use that word very often. It does not come to me at the moment. But yeah. like for example, duan, right? Duan, or duan, duan as in short is doi. This is doi. Doi is gone, so the W is gone. It's just doi. So something is doi, yatoi, right? Very hun duan, yatoi. So all the W things kind of just disappear. It's one of those things that come up too. And like yeah, like this thing, yes are gone too. Like you don't say like xie, right? The xie is not there either. The yeah on this stuff. So it takes that was the first thing that I had to get used to. Every time I remember sitting and I want to thank someone, and when I say xie, like xie without practice, it's like night and day now. I still remember day one when I started practicing saying xie. Xie feels so weird. Like yuan, right? Yuan, duan. All those were really weird. That sound does not exist, or it's very blunted, if anything. Oh, I know. We don't get confused because based on context. Yeah, I figured that's the case, so it's not a really big deal. I don't know if has anyone ever come up to you and said like, "Oh, you're speaking Malaysian Chinese because they picked up on your shi and your si." What's a good shi? So, are you telling me like 我是很好? Like for example, 我是很好. Right? If you go like this, 我是很好 as opposed to 我是. Or no, 我很好. Oh no, maybe that's not a good example. I'm trying to like pigeonhole 是 somewhere. Oh, like 40, right? So yeah, we pronounce 四. Okay. So like what am I saying? What is 40? Is that, oh no, that's thinking of something else. Oh, interesting. Why am I having such a hard time using 四 words? There's so many of them. Yeah, 四 but I get it. What's a good Z word? Oh, 40. Oh, 40. Oh, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, 40. Yeah. 40. That's what I was saying. Yes, yeah. 40. So 44, right? That's exactly what I was thinking of. Yeah. 40. I had trouble with this, by the way. Actually, I have the opposite problem when I was learning Mandarin. I was so hyper in adding the shi because it's not normal. Like Malaysian, like for you, Malaysian Chinese, like I would say si most of the time. So now when I started pronouncing it, there was all the shi, like shi everywhere, right? It almost sounded like I was swearing. Shi. So I got so caught up in that when they introduce si, every time I hear 4, like I'm trying to say 4, I keep saying shi instead of si. And si is Fujianese more like shi. This part is also not something I'm comfortable with. Not until like practicing Mandarin. Like I don't even know if we have S sounds. Ni sinal. Oh, sinal. Yeah, it's si. It's si. So, sinal instead of like every example that I have with an S ends up being a si. Yeah. I don't have an exact example of 是. That's a good example. Good point. I haven't even considered that. Maybe that's why I'm so garbage at 吃 yeah 吃 no, I'm not gonna even try this. I'm not gonna even try this. We're just gonna pretend like I know what I'm doing. We're not gonna even try it.
这段时间
Different part of China speak different, I guess. Yeah. What can you do? I knew that every time I say 谢谢, it comes up, it sounds like 谢谢, like or 水水 or something like that. Every time, like, oh, I know how it sounds, and it becomes like 谁谁 instead, or 谢谢, yeah, 谢谢, something like that instead of 谢谢, because it's combining the 谢 the h, like the s-ing like 谢 with your tongue on the bottom, and it's also combining it with the a, like, so it becomes or 谢, so it becomes like the yeah, but then it becomes 谁谁 say, something like that, like 谢谢, and it's not even the tongue on the bottom, it's like say, as opposed to 谢谢. And
这段时间
pretty Malaysian and Southern accent. Oh, okay. Yeah, fair enough. I think what people said multiple times, at least like my rare encounters, they say that my, like, when I speak Fujianese, or whenever I occasionally speak Fujianese, it's kind of Southern, right? It's like kind of like Southern sounding. So that's what I gathered. Maybe there is some similarities in that way. It's really fun though, like learning Japanese and learning Chinese, and you're really getting into the thick of things. You start thinking about the sounds you can make with your mouth, and it kind of reminds me why I back in my youth enjoy singing, like kind of looking at and engaging in the idea of producing sound. But in singing, it wasn't more so the interest at the time of like your mouth shape and whatnot, but more I'm trying to get your range, right, the pitch and whatnot. And now we're having like a different dimension of interest.
这段时间
Fun. 这段时间 really fun. I don't grow tired of these discussions. All right, let's get back to our unit. Oh, this one. Oof. Use. Oh my gosh. I think Japanese and Chinese need to agree on something about these use. Ju, right? Ju. I can't tell you how many times, if I don't slow down, I'm gonna say ju instead of ju, and not I don't actually even know if you can get. Oh no, you can't. Actually, Hideyoshi kind of mentioned this, like new, new. You kind of just drop the J and get new instead. It's kind of like when. New. For this one, I don't think it's like this, written like this, but new. Yeah. Well, new is a separate one. Yeah. So new. This is G. This is new. With the like a there's a nasal, like I kind of associate with kind of a nasalation, like ni ji. I don't think you can actually pronounce this, so it's more like a good example would be like why this way. So yi yi ni yi ni, yeah, ni yi, and then there's you you, but you like Japanese you. I don't know where the you went most of the time. If you type in keyboard, you either can type U, but it will show you the U sound also, or you can type V to symbolize the U with, oh, 2 dots. Oh, I haven't done that yet. I've been using my phone. So my phone does this thing where it like kind of autocorrects. So I haven't really paid attention to how they were correcting it. I type a whole sentence out and I read the hanzi. So when I'm typing it out like on the phone, as long as the hanzi checks out, I didn't check if any of the letters are being converted. I just type whatever I think the pinyin is by sound. For you, that is for you for some reason. Same as yo. Oh, I have no idea. Oh, this is yo too. Huh. Interesting. Do I remember something? No, I don't think I know anything. The pinyin is same. Ah, okay, okay. Yeah, true, true. I could see that. Lots of homonyms.
G.
Yeah, G. I can't tell you how many times I use the Japanese u, but pronunciation different. Ah, okay. Okay. Like I can't tell you how many times I say ju every time an u comes up without the dots. Without dots. Like these are u's because of Japanese, but they're yi's. Like yi because of Mandarin. G. I think the first ones that I get caught up on is lu. Like in malu. Yeah, lu. This lu. Lu. Or lu as in green. Which is, oh no, li. This is li. So this is li. Sorry, li, and this is lu. But then there's then you see how it's confusing. Like this is lu as in like the ooh, but then you go to G without the dot. So does it have dots there? I don't know anymore. Maybe it's a typo. I have no idea. What I hear is what I'm gonna repeat. So what I'm hearing is what I'm repeating. So yeah, Lu. Oh, that has dots. Okay, so G has dots. That's that's what's missing. That's why it's so weird. Okay, that makes more sense, actually. That clears up a confusion. Okay, all right. I'll make a mental note of that. Okay. I think the first word you can think of that uses V is ni. Oh, you know what? That makes so much. I think this doesn't have dots though. I think it's actually yi. Are you sure? So I think I've been pronouncing this incorrectly then. If this has dots, so it's ni. Are you telling me it's ni? Or maybe because he can only be pronounced as Oh, that's true. Oh, that's a good point. Y's might not have dots because JV doesn't, you can't pronounce JV. And JV, if you try to pronounce JV, it's actually new, right? If you try to do like dots over this, it actually sounds like what this is supposed to be. Because you can't make this transition. It ends up sounding like this. So there's a chance that they decided not to. I can see that. I can actually see that. That's a pretty solid choice. Yeah. The way they pronounce fish though, it sounds like it does sound like the dot. You, right? You, it does sound like this. That was my first problem. I don't know either. We're just guessing, right? It's kind of fun guessing. My first problem is I pronounce you like this. I don't pronounce it like you, right? It's not you, it's you. So whatever I hear that is similar to what I've heard before is what I've adopted. So the pinyin might not be right, like the way they notate the pinyin, because right now they're written it this way, but I don't pronounce it this way. I pronounce it this way. Yu as opposed to you. Interesting though. Very interesting.
Pan.
I think their voice samples are a lot more accurate. Like surprisingly more accurate than the actual pinyin. No, for the specific like markers and stuff. And also there's a text error in Duolingo where whenever there's like a dot, and if it's tone 1, if it's tone 4, it looks like this. Because the slash is in the same line break, like the same line space as the dots. So then it looks like this. And it took me forever to know, like, wait, why does that sounds like 4? Where's the 4 marker? Oh yeah, you're right. You can only be pronounced as you. Oh, okay. Yeah, it can. I don't see how you could pronounce it the other way. The you thing. Or like I don't see it anywhere. At least in my opinion.
Pan.
Chung. And then this is, so they might be, and do you think this is true then? And maybe this can only be pronounced one way? So that's why they don't use a dot? Do you think both of these are true? There's no dot, or is there a dot here? G. G. Ding. Ding.
Zhi.
Zhi. It's kind of funny that I accept it for what it is, and I never really bothered, honestly.
Ding.
Ding.
Pan.
Ding. Sheng. Sheng. So you would, in this case, would it be sung? Are you doing a sung instead of sheng? Sung? Because if you pronounce with you sound, you will be you, yo, yeah, true. And you will be zu. Oh, good point. Yes, good point. Good point. That makes sense now. It does make sense. So would you pronounce this as sung? Sung instead of sheng?
G.
I kind of want to listen to Malaysian Chinese. Hang on. I'm going to write a note to myself. You look on YouTube. Malaysian Chinese. And I'm going to pay attention to what you're saying. What you mentioned. I wasn't paying attention closely enough. I have a bunch of we have a lot of family friends from Malaysia. You will pronounce it sung. Okay. Yeah, I haven't picked that up at all. We have we have quite a lot of Malaysian Chinese friends, like Malaysian speaking Chinese friends. Like they would use Mandarin. I haven't ever picked it up with the sound. Song. Yeah. I'm having trouble. Okay, so Hideyoshi made this observation, and I totally agree. But I'm still working on it, and that's the difference between a and when it's next to an end or a g, and that's because my is not as my like a tongue, right? Like freaking chung and chung, they're not that far apart. So a lot of times when I'm saying like sang and sung, they're really close. And from time to time it's like yang, right? Yang and rang, rang. And I don't think they're far enough for typical, like when someone hears in isolation, it's not quite clear. And a lot of times I might be mistaken for saying like rang, right? This is rang and rang. And if I say rang, sometimes people think I'm saying rang. So excuse me while I continue to work on this. It's a very I hear it myself. It's not that strong. There's not like a big distinction between them. Or the chang, right? Chang. Chang. So chang, cheng. Actually, does this thing even exist? Don't have rung sound, right? I don't think so. That's wait, oh no, this does. Yeah, this does have it. This exists. Yeah, changcheng. Changcheng is a good one. Right? The Great Wall? Pretty sure the Great Wall is the one with Cheng. Instead of it's like Changcheng. Hold up. I need to check. I don't only Ren. Oh, you're right. Oh no, you're right. I think you're right. I might be writing too much CHs. Oh no, they're CHs. Yeah, Changcheng. It's Chang. Oh, but no UNGs. Sorry, I added a U. My bad. It's CH. So Changcheng. Changcheng. Or this one took a while for me for the Great Wall. Changcheng, and I still feel like I'm shortening. I'm shortening either one or the other. So it might sound like, but there's only one read on this, so there's no. I don't think there's a. Oh no, there is. So it might end up sounding like this sometimes, and it might end up sounding like this sometimes on the second one, which that's okay, I suppose. Good enough for me.
有
Not good enough. Yeah, that's a problem for you, the H. Yeah, me too. I actually totally feel ya. Don't know if they're H or not. I don't either. Actually, yeah, I don't think sometimes I don't hear it. Sometimes I don't hear it. And then I don't hear G's. I don't hear G's either. Like, this one's okay if we compare, like, shun, right? Shun, or shun, and shung, shun, shung, shun, shung. But when I'm pronouncing and reading, like, really quickly, I might drop this and just say shung, shung, like just shung, shung the whole time. So shun instead of shung, shun, shung, shun, shung. And then this, I guess, for you would be sung. No way, right? Sung, shung, sun, shung, sun, shung, sun, shung. I think NG sound is the same as ENG. Oh, interesting. Maybe that was a bad example. What about wait, that's a bad example, isn't it? Dung. Oh, no. I don't even think that exists. No, that doesn't exist. We'll cross it at some time. Interesting. Yeah, I think the worst the stuff that you highlighted is basically very similar to me. The H's, the C H's next to an I, and then definitely and then you already pointed out for me the E and the A in next to an NG or an N. That happens a lot. The other ones are fine now. They're kind of okay.
生
经理很满意你的工作。
经理很this is 满意 I think 满意你的工作。Yeah, 满。Oh, here's a good one. 满 right? 满 and then there's 忙 oh 闷忙闷忙oh no 忙忙 I don't know. I don't really know. Like plus or minus G. And then these two together. They all kind of blur together if they're not next to each other. 망이. Okay. Alright.
经理很满意你的工作。
经理很满意的工作。你的工作。经理很满意你的工作。With your agree, with your work.
你的面试是几点？
Yeah, there is a little G sound, but not that clear. Yeah. And I think very, very articulate people, like it's not my parents or myself. Very, very articulate people, you can hear it, but I think in the most part, when you have enough context, when you're like putting it in a sentence, the G kind of just it's not too relevant. So I don't usually hear for the G sound. So I also forget if there's a G sound or not. So whenever someone says like 香 right 香 I'm not sure if it's 香 香 or 香 right 香香 or 香 I can't do it like 香 I don't listen for this. I'm like, oh, okay, well, it's one of the two.
你的面试是几点？
你的面试，
你
的
面
试几点？
几点？
哦，是几点？
你的面试是几点？
你的面试，你的面试是sorry. I can't unhear the 你的面试你的面试是你的面试是几点 as opposed to 你的面试你的面试是几点 I think without pronouncing the H it becomes a lot more relaxed.
我升职了。
我升职了。Yeah, 我升职了。Oh man. Speaking of H, 职 right? This is 职 yeah. 我升职了。Oh, 职 probably top 5 for me. 职 is probably top 5. Top 5 work in progress. If I see this, sometimes I say something else. I say G. G. Just G. "我升职了." This 经理经理
经理
经理很满意你的工作干净同意同意 Oh no, I forgot this again. 活职 right? 或者okay. 或者历史担心 OK 我升职了
我要为这个面试准备。
我要 Well, you know, here's one thing. I think my Mandarin understanding of sounds, like what I can produce, what I can't produce, what I'm inconsistent on, what I'm consistent on, and the ear training is quite a bit better than the last like 100 days of Japanese. I don't think I've really picked up on very like specific things, and my Japanese pronunciation hasn't really changed very much. Like the nuance I haven't seen a very noticeable ear interest or something in Japanese. So there's also that. I think I'm falling into a pattern. You found the video but can't sing the link. Can you give me the keyword? How'd you find the video? Like what keywords? I don't know. YouTube doesn't work the same way. So, what are the keywords? Just give me the keywords and I'll find them. Yeah, I found that to be a problem, and I don't really know how YouTube works. Unfortunately, I couldn't find a workaround. Well, the workaround is you give me the keywords, and I enter the keywords and save a tab. You Malaysian Chinese accent. Okay. By Grace Mandarin. You know, I might be familiar with this. Yes, I have seen this person. Someone else. Oh, I have seen this person. Yeah, I've seen some of the videos of this person. It was someone else who's very, let's just say they were very passionate about Chinese that I met earlier. But this person was, without saying too much, incredibly politically charged. So, whatever it is, hopefully they're doing fine, but they kind of they're very used to ghosting people, and they talked about it. So, yeah, I watched this video. I watched the Northern Chinese, Taiwanese, and Southern Chinese accent comparison video, because the person was very infatuated with the Taiwanese accent, or the vocal fry of it, the tone 3 of it. So when you go like, what's a good tone 3? Like, I don't know, you can imagine it. I'm so bad at getting examples. Can you understand? You can watch the when you're free. Can you understand? Oh, okay. Oh yeah, it's at the top. All right, I see. Malaysian Mandarin. Yeah, I'll give that a listen tonight. Yeah, I'll get a listen tonight. And jot down some notes and some thoughts for the next time.
我要为这个面试准备。
我要这个
面试
准备。
我要为这个面试准备。
哦，我要为这个面试准备。Company is not happy with my decision. That's 决定公司不满意我的决定。满意我的决定。
根据大家的需要，我们做了这个决定。
根据家人，根据
大家
家人，根据大家，我们做了这个决定。
根据大家的需要，我们做了这个决定。
需要
哪儿
right their
哪儿
needs
需要？
我做了这个根据大家的需要，我们做了这个决定。
根据大家的需要，我们做了这个决定。
Of course, right? See.
根据
大家的 需要
我
们做了这个决定。I mean to interview. Okay. 你面试是几点？你的面试是几点？Sorry. I don't agree with the decision. 我不同意我不同意你我不同意这个我不同意这个决定。
同意这个
决定。Oh, I'm getting tired. 出差 Oh man, I would love to hear what this sounds like. How would you say this? 出差 Would it become like 出差 as in like 出 and then 菜 with a I don't know I don't think this exists, so it's probably going to default to this. 出菜出差出差出差
聚满
直升出差
满
Sorry, I'm about to sneeze.
你什么时候要出差？
Sorry, excuse me. 你什么时候要出差？
满出差定
句 Oops, 有 Did it
你认
again.
为他的表现怎么样？
你为他？你认为他是怎么样？哦，
是你认为他的表现怎么样？
哦，表现是怎么样？
怎么样？你认为他的表现怎么样？你认为他的表现怎么样？是
他的表现他的表现怎么样？
明天我跟老板开会。
明天我跟老板开会。Have a meeting, okay.
麻烦您了。
麻烦你了。Oh wait. Oh, 麻烦您了。I remember this. 麻烦您了。Sorry to have bothered you.
这个工作很麻烦，我不想做。
这个工作很麻烦，我不想做。
你最近的表现不好，经常迟到。你
最近的表现不好。我经常迟到，
公司很满意他的表现。
公司很满意他的表现。公司
明天
我要出差啊！出差。
我每天开会非常累。
我每天开会非常累。哦。非常累。Planning a business trip。你
出差？
你出差一点。哦，喂，
出差
你要
什么
时候
出差？
你什么时候要出差？哦。You all like our boss? Okay.
我
们都喜欢我的 boss. 我们的老板。
What
do you think of performance? we're not using 觉得。你认为你认为他的表现怎么样？明天我跟老板开会。Oh my gosh. Oh boy. It's getting really late.
我不同意这个决定。
我不同意这个决定。决定。
你同意吗？
你同意吗？
你
同意吗？
我的经理同意让我升职。
我的经理同意让我升职。让我升职。
他会马上回你的电话。
他会马上回你的电话。
我升职了。
我升职了。对，
我还没有回你的电子邮件，对不起。
我我还没有，我还没有
没有
回你的电子邮件。
电子邮件。
电子那是电子邮件。对不起。
我其实还没有看你的短信。
我其实还没有看你的短信。
过去3天为什么你不回我的电话？
过去3天为什么你
不过去3天为什么你不回我的电话？
不回我的电话。
我的电话。
他和他跟同事一起。他跟同事一起会 or is it 会一起做做决定这个决定。I think I have orders incorrect. Maybe.
做
No, it's 一起做 right? No. What did they go with? 他会跟that kind of separates it better actually. Okay, fair enough. What was this? 根据大家
欢迎根据
no, it's not 根据大家的需要我们做了这个决定。Sorry to bother you. Dang it. 麻烦您了。他认为我的决定很好做的。做很好。Or is it 我做的原因很好。Yeah, that's better. Yeah, 决定 I say 原因决定很好。Okay. All right, let's try to do this for 15 minutes. We're at the end. We're good.
密码
密码
My voice is a wreck.
密码
Too much.
密码
Too much today.
密码，密码，
密码，
密码，
Oh, this corporal.
密码，密码，
Oh, the physical
密码。
being.
密码
Sometimes
密码，密码，
the body does not keep up with the mind.
弹，
弹，
弹，弹，
弹
弹，弹，
弹，
弹，
弹，弹，弹，
弹
弹，弹，
I don't want to talk about it.
弹，
Why does it keep saying Beyonce over and over again?
其实，
其实，
其实，其实，
其实，
someone really likes
其实。
Beyonce.
其实，其实，
其实，
其实，
其实
其实，其实，
断
断，
这段时间，
这段时间，
断，
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 断，这段时间，断，
This looks like a person in a dress standing next to a coat
这段
rack.
时间，
断，
Sorry. I can't unsee
What?
it. Like someone with very wavy hair in a dress standing next to a coat rack.
密码，
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 密码，密码，
This just looks like someone in a
密码。
straitjacket, really.
密码
Sitting down. Like, you just gotta put a head. Like here. Just whoop. Right. Straitjacket. Sitting down, cross-legged. Right. Shoes here and his shoes here. Or
密
actually,
码，
it'd be like here, maybe.
密码，
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 密码，密码， 弹，
弹
弹，弹，
弹，
弹，
弹，弹，弹，其
实，
其实，
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 其实，其实，其实，
其实
其实，其实，
别忘了，别忘了， 重要的，重要的，重要的，别忘了，别忘了，重要的，
别忘了，重要的，
不知道，
不知道，
咖啡色，
咖啡色。
This is not. I laugh about it because I asked someone about.
有信
心，
别忘了，
别忘了，
别忘，
重要
的，
别忘了，
别忘了，
不喜欢，
别
忘
了，
不需要，
不需要，
重要的，
老实的，
重要的，
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 重要的，有信心。
Oh no. 不愿意，不愿意，
不愿意，
不愿意啊 ，wrong tone， 愿意，not for to， 不愿for 不愿意呀，不愿意 not to， 不愿意，不愿意，准备好，
准备好，
准备好，
别忘了。
忘了，
别忘了，
不想要，
不想要，不想要，
重要的，
重要的，
不明白，
不明白，
别忘了，
别忘了，咖啡色，这段时间。
这段时间，
这段时间，这段时间，
这段时间，
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 段，
这段时间，
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 这段时间，段，
哎，important，
重要，
重要，重要，哦，主要，
主要，
主要，哦。I don't want to talk about it. It's wrong. Ooh. 不要。重要。
主要。
主要。主要。主要。主要。主要。
我要。还要。
还要。还要，
重要，
重要，要求，
要求，
要求，
主
要，主要，
重要，
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 主要，
要，
主要，
我要。只要，
重要，
需要，谈，
谈，
谈，谈，谈，
谈，
谈，谈。
I'm thinking of done.
谈，
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 密码，
密码，密码。
The Game Awards happened today, didn't it?
密码，
I guess I have something else to watch in the evening.
密码，
Not like the Game Awards itself,
密码。
but just what was announced during the awards.
密码，
密码，密码，
Probably a lot of
密码。
things I don't have time for and or spend money on.
密码
It's nice.
密码，
Nice to have some interesting
密码，
gaming announcement. Okay.
重要，
重要的，
主要，
主要，重要的，不想要，
不想要，
不想要，
重要的，
的，
主要，
还要，
一样的，
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 主
不要，不要，
重要的，
重要，重要的，的，
重要的，
主要，
一样，
不需要，
要，
重要的，
的，
不想要，
主要，
我
要，
其
实，
其实，
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 其实，其实，
其实，
其实，
其实
其实，其实，
其实，
断，
这段时间，这段时间，
这段时间，
这段时间，
断，
这段时间，
断，
断，
断，断，
这段时间，
这段时间，
哎，
谈，谈，
谈，
谈，
谈，谈，谈，
谈，
谈，
密码，
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 密码，密码，密码，
密码，
密码，密码，
密码，
密码，
密码，密码。
All right. Well, that's a wrap for today. Tomorrow's the final day, right? So it's okay. I think this unit was fine. We're closing in then we'll be doing other things. I think we're gonna have to experiment. So this time slot is gonna end up being an experimental process for a couple of days. Try out some different things, see what sticks, possibly. After taking a slight break from it. We'll play Cobalt Core in this time slot. Once I complete like the story and stuff, I'll probably change it to Chinese and do the daily things. Place coming soon. Close. Alright folks, thanks for hanging out. Really fun. I always enjoy getting lost in like talking about idiosyncrasies between people's personal experiences and brainstorming, you know. I know a lot of times it can be like, well, duh, you just look it up. But I really do enjoy the moments where you might be thinking, oh, why waste time trying to guess and stuff? There is some sentimentalism in it. When everything defaults to, oh, how fast you get the answer and whatnot, sometimes slowing down and just shooting the banter and making guesses and stuff and then putting together things, even if it's completely wrong, right? Like we went down a big rabbit hole or something, that's engaging to people, right? Like 2 or more people are engaging, putting puzzle pieces together, and maybe we miss some of the puzzles, but the idea is it's the thought that counts, right? The process is the sharing. I think sometimes like I really do miss this. Being at a university, going to graduate school, that's day in and day out, and I almost feel like I took it for granted a little bit, you know, the whole human thing, when you know and you only appreciate it when it's gone kind of thing, or you only appreciate it when it's mitigated. And I do kind of pine for the days when you sit around and basically you have a lab meeting, you spend like 3 or 4 hours talking about the nuances and things about what seemingly might be trivial things, but here's the catch, right? During the graduate school era, the answers aren't on the internet, right? You're at a position where you have privilege information, so you look for information that is available, but most of the stuff that's discussed are things that aren't available. That's kind of like forcing the issue, like forcing the engagement. But nowadays, I feel like if you have some time, shoot the banter, try to figure it out with other people. It's a time that is invaluable. Whether you get it right or wrong, it's invaluable. It's kind of like playing video games together. If you're playing video games together, like in the time, in the moment, that's fantastic. You can also do it with learning or guessing, or I know that, it's not always the case, obviously. Most of the time someone is in the know and you're not in the know. However, if you have a friend or two that wants to learn something with you, both being not in the know and constructively trying to come up with things, it's a blast, in my opinion. Those are the memories you remember. You know, when you think about short stories and stuff, it often, in my opinion, starts with, oh, I remember this one time. And then, you know, I go to my friend, it's like, oh, do you remember that one time we kind of thought this was true and this was true? And boy, did that lead down a road of only to realize that we didn't have to do any of that. Those are the fun memories, at least in my opinion. That's kind of like gaming experience. So find someone you can share one of those moments with. I love watching like couples and stuff learning how to cook together. You know, cue the montage in like a slice of life movie where the couple decides, oh yeah, we're gonna take an art class together, and then, you know, you have that little fade in fade out of sharing, purely exchanging and points of perhaps vulnerability together, that kind of thing. Obviously I'm not saying it has to be that intimate, but sometimes this stuff is absent. It's very absent. There's one person who clearly thinks they're better or is better or what have you, and then there's clearly one person that's being that isn't better, and that kind of in competition feels like it either creates a responsibility for the person that knows versus a burden for the responsibility of the person that doesn't know. And oftentimes this creates a dependent relationship. So there are two very common scenarios that end the relationship. The person that's in the know becomes frustrated that the person not in the know takes too long and keeps doing the same things, or takes a while to learn. They become impatient, they distance themselves. Or the person that's in the know accelerates and surpasses the one that is in the know, so they are the higher up, and they leave because the disinterest is that they no longer need help, right? They're better. That kind of thing happens far more often. I gotta miss where there's a situation where you come into a room, everyone has something to contribute, and whether one knows more or less is oftentimes coming from having conversation. Like, everyone has very non-overlapping knowledge, so that removes the burden of who knows more, who is better, who's in charge, that kind of thing, of equal intellectual discussion, right? Anyways, I hope everyone has some of that somewhere. I think it's incredibly healthy to have that type of environment with someone you trust, someone close by. I think it keeps one's mind very young. And when you're young, you're not thinking, oh my gosh, I have to learn this. That's so boring. Or, man, now I have to waste time learning this stuff all over again. That stuff rarely crosses my mind. And then, or like, oh, I have this problem. Now I have to solve it. It's going to waste some time. I think of it as, oh, hey, I have a problem now. I guess now I'm going to solve it to make my life better, right? Oh, I wonder how challenging this problem is, right? Given all the other things provided, there are things that you need to do. So with that said, thanks for hanging out. Thanks for chilling. And we're going to watch this later. 谢谢. 下次见. 下次见. Until next time, stay healthy, keep on working, do the things you need to do, and maximizing the things you want to do. And I'll catch you guys on the next one. Bye bye.